Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, otherwise known as Shy Girl.
Good morning.
And of course, today he's got like the Carolina light blue on out there in the Carolinas, living the dream. Our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shy.
And good morning, chat. Love that we're seeing everybody sitting here and with us every single morning. I know it's early. It's tough for me. Like I said, I wake up every morning. I go to Twitter. These guys are already tweeting. Who knows? Jimmy's either outside taking a walk already. I'm still got one eye open. Quick shower, maybe double espresso, and ready to go because we need it. We need a little jolt. This market's a little quiet right now. Volumes are light. I thought yesterday showed us a lot of what we thought the market really is, what we thought it was coming in, the indexes. You had a sell program early, you had a buy program late, something for everybody.
Right.
And so any headline, Shy, anything?
There's not a ton going on today. Mostly it was about the Canadian election. Carney won. And we know Trump and Carney don't really get along, so that should be interesting. Then we had the Goldman Sachs CEO was speaking earlier, saying U.S. policy has raised uncertainty to unhealthy levels, but does not think that the U.S. dollar is going to lose its reserve currency status. China copper market, very strong, hit the 16-month high on huge demand. Good for copper. Copper's up this morning in the U.S. as well. Amazon is going to show the cost of Trump tariffs on every product.
Really?
Yes. So that should be interesting. And JPM Trading Desk said they were tactically bullish just in the meantime, but they don't think it'll last more than a couple of weeks, and then they're bearish again.
Well, you go back to the collar. I mean, we're above that SPX price. It was a 52.95, 44.50 put spread, short to 58.80 calls.
Yep.
And so we're in between that here. Before I get to Jimmy, I just want to ask you a quick question about the dollar losing its spot as the main currency, the global currency. I mean, I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, for years I've been hearing this is,
For years. I mean, I don't think the dollar's not going to lose its reserve currency. Sure, we are seeing more trading in other currencies, such as the renminbi, but the dollar is still over 50% of used in global markets, and part of that reason is because the euro dollar market, which is dollars offshore, not the euro, that market is so huge that you can't even put a price on it, and that's just dollars trading outside of the system. It's a huge market. And so, you're seeing some other currencies gain some more usage, but right now, I mean, I just don't think it's possible for the world to get away from the dollar right now.
Yeah, fun fact, Euro dollars, I was a clerk in there. That's where I started in the mid-90s. Not really where I started. I started in the meats and went into the Euro dollars. That was the biggest contract at CME Group. It's actually the largest pit in CME Group. It was massive. It was half of a trading floor. Jimmy, overnight, when I look at the chart, you see dollars up against really all the currencies is about the only thing I noticed. Shai talked about copper up 1.25%. Anything else, anything substantial that you noticed overnight?
I mean, the stock index futures, really low volume overnight, not a lot of movement overnight. And it really kind of highlights in my mind anyway, this uncertainty with our trade policy that we're seeing. I mean, we have earnings coming out, and typically the equity markets are going to be moving when you have these earnings come out. UPS came out today and said, hey, we're going to cut 20,000 jobs, which is about 4% of their workforce, because Amazon's downsizing. So you have this whole snowball effect that are going to be affecting earnings going forward and other corporate announcements. Yet the stock index futures are just kind of, staying where they're at for some reason. So I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see more movement on that. But the one big market that was kind of moving that I want to ask Shai about is crude oil. Crude oil is down 1.43%, trading in that 61 handle again. And I'm starting to worry about that one.
So yeah, again, that's on worries about global demand. Again, this product has been very unloved for the last 6 months, even before this started. And so I think people are still very concerned about demand. And I think that we are going to have to hear of some trade deal with some country in order for that to bounce a little bit. We did have Secretary Wright come out yesterday and said we are filling the SPR. The problem is that because it was drained so quickly in the Biden administration, it caused a lot of damage to the caverns, the salt caverns that it's stored in. So we have to repair at the same time as we try to fill it.
Yeah, well, you would think initially, right? But that still creates some underlying demand down the road, right? I mean, oil that's not going to be used right away, right? And so, interesting that crude, knowing some of these things that are happening, still can't hold a bid. The demand issue, you got to think, I think, recession. You know what I mean? You think slowdown, global slowdown. I mean, crude oil can't hold rallies.
I know, at all. And that's a big problem. Also, yesterday we had Spain and Portugal have those big power outages, and every refinery in Spain was down yesterday. That also put a little downward pressure on crude oil because if you can't refine it, you're building stock.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, a lot of things going on besides just tariffs.
Yes.
Right. And so let's not forget that. And also, good morning again, Chad. Seeing a lot of people in there. We've got Anissa Faina, Trading Poker, our boy Rob 2020. We got Cowboy Boy, Arturno, man. I love some of these names in there.
I know.
They're great, right? Amos, Joaquin, Mr. O. Good morning, everybody in chat. Hit that like button. Get things going. Let's get more people up in here early. If we're up early in here, let's get some people in here. We've got Helene Meisler today. And of course, we have Merritt, but Helene coming in with us after Jimmy's Edge Report.
Yes.
Give everyone a quick preview about Helene that they may not know about her.
So she is, she's been in the industry forever and a half. She writes a morning or a daily column every morning for Pro, a subservice for The Street. She's worked on Wall Street for 4 decades, and she's the lady that draws her charts literally by hand, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, she's just she's FinTwit royalty as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
She was one of my very first follows, and just really, really enjoy her. Her posts. Awesome. Yeah, I've seen her live before. Actually, she was on Place Your Trades with us way back when. I had a brief chance to talk with her. It's the first time
I had you on with her.
Yeah, that's right.
For Mic Drop Market.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I've had small chances of opportunities to speak with her. I really am excited about having her today. And we're going to be asking her some questions about technically where we are. And it's really a perfect day for Helene because right now, I think that a lot of people I go back to, this is a head scratcher kind of area, right? I'll get into my technicals later as well and what I think about this market here. But overall, what I see with this tape is a lot of what we saw yesterday, I think, really describes it. You have the best of both worlds. It's really a short-term trader's tape. Right now, the short-term scalpers, which obviously here in NinjaTrader Live, majority of these people are, there's no real leadership in the market. The market's looking for a spark, a jolt of momentum. And so we'll be very interested to see what Helene thinks from a technical basis. Also, and I'm going to be talking about this all morning. Helene lost her Twitter account a while ago. Make sure everyone goes back and follows her on X. We will need to get her subscribers up. She does a weekly poll also, which I look for sentiment every week.
And her Chart Fest. She does a whole thing on all the sectors, all the major things, QQQ, SPY, XLE, goes through all the sectors, bonds. So I would definitely want to talk to her about that as well.
I'm already thinking about what the first question I'm going to ask her is. I'm not sure yet. And I know
she
might
do
be
the threats of
the Zweig. The Zweig breath thruster, whatever the hell that thing is. I mean, people are just really coming up with some things. I mean, it's pretty funny. So back to you, Jimmy. You talked about crude oil, yeah, down 1.5%, but on the opposite side of that, you got natural gas up 1.33%. And so when I look at everything across the board here, what's standing out to me? Natural gas. You get a chance to look at that chart this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. We were in a long kind of downward trend. I don't know if this is seasonal or not, from April 4th all the way down to April 22nd. And we have a little bit of a pickup back up. The moving averages are starting to kind of angle up a little bit. We do have a crossover on the stochastics. But we've seen this before too. So we have a long way to go before we get to any meaningful retracement in price to the upside of nat gas. But this is pretty much the second day in a row. We had a big gainer yesterday, and today we're following suit so far.
Any macro backdrop, any news, anything going on to support natural gas rally here?
So we had Woodside came out this morning and said they are moving forward. The company in Australia is moving forward with their facility in the Gulf of Mexico, America, whatever you want to call it, which is like a $17.9 billion project. And that's supposed to add a lot of capacity, export capacity to the United States. So, perhaps we saw markets up a little bit on that. Now, the project isn't going to happen, or it isn't going to be finished until 2029, but still, markets like to hear we have export capacity for sure going on.
Yeah, I mean, of all the markets that we look at here, the market that's actually the most local, Henry Hub natural gas. Explain to everybody kind of what that means when you look at the natural gas product, Shai, and how this is different than from like the crude oil product that we have.
Right. So, well, natural gas is obviously a lot lighter. Henry Hub is just one specific gas. There's a lot of other gases in the United States, but that is the benchmark for the United States, which is located in Texas and closest to the Gulf. It's kind of like WTI. There's a lot of other crude products. WTI, the product that you're actually trading is storage at Cushing. So it's not all of the total storage. And so I think some people get confused and don't really realize they're trading Cushing. But natural gas market is wildly different depending what area you are in. For instance, there's Waha natural gas, which has been known to go negative a lot, whereas U.S. the Henry Hub, even though it's gone down to $1, it still remained positive.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's when you as traders get into these other markets that are not equity indexes, kind of important to know. Well, number one, obviously, I think everybody learned the lesson from way back when crude oil went negative, and even, I mean, that's been talked about quite a bit. But to even know that like natural gases could happen there, and I'm just kind of just talking about this. Obviously, it's going up right now. I don't think it's in imminent danger of going down and negative, and also understanding just how the entire market works. And, and the one thing that I've learned from many of the natural gas and crude oil traders that I've met over the years, no one trades the front month, which is so strange to me, right? When I first started talking with traders way back when, they all trade the back months, they all trade spreads, they all trade options. The front month is kind of like this contract that just kind of gets whipped around. They're kind of already been done with that contract for a while. I think touch base on that real quick too as well.
Yeah, obviously. A lot of people, again, spread this, go to the back end, depending on the shape of the curve will obviously depend on how you're playing this. Right now, for instance, we're in backwardation, so prices are lower the further out you go from the front month. And then you would trade that as in, if this, hoping the curve stays the same, that prices are going to rise over time. So you would be long in that sort of market. Now that depends whether you do a calendar spread or you want to do that by options. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play it. And again, you're right. The front month is, gets whipped around a lot.
Yeah, just because majority of the biggest players are all playing spreads, back months, and options.
Yeah. And especially as you start to roll that contract off, crude tends to have kind of a very volatile contract month. range.
Yeah, and also crude and natural gas, they expire monthly.
Yes.
So you don't have quarterly expirations like you do for
Right.
index futures, interest rate futures as well. Well, it's about that time. We're going to go to our
Do we wanna
senior
do
market
data?
strategist. Oh, we have data.
We have data
That's
today.
right.
So
What data
let me
is
just
coming out?
let
Let's
me,
preview
let me
it.
just do that really quick. 8:30, we have retail inventories and wholesale inventories, not market moving. 9 a.m., we have housing price index for single family homes, not really market moving. Now at 10, we do have JOLTS, job openings, job quits, and job layoffs, potentially very market moving. We're going to see if we see any kind of weakening in the job market and what that may tell us about non-farm on Friday. And then 10 a.m. is consumer confidence, which has a potential of being market moving. Atlanta Fed, GDP now at 10:30, and Dallas Fed services also at 10:30.
Big day for data.
So big day for data, not all of it market moving, obviously. But
something out there.
I mean, JOLTS is going to be very important, I think, and
Yep.
consumer confidence is going to be very important.
Yep, and we will be covering those as well, everybody. Hopefully you notice the new ticker we have down at the bottom too. You can see there in the center of the screen as Shai puts in the headlines that traders need to know about. So in the meantime, we're gonna be back in just a few moments with Helene, and we're gonna get some questions for her. So maybe put some stuff in chat if you got questions for Helene. But in the meantime, we're gonna go to our man Cags with today's Edge Report.
All right, let's start with the 10-year note. This is a U.S. 10-year Treasury note. We've been in this consolidation range for a long time. We're talking since really the beginning of March. Yeah, we had a couple price dislocations up and above, probably based on some crazy news stories. But now we're actually trying to have a rally for the fourth day in a row to try to get above my area, which I consider resistance right now, approximately 111.26 half. The yield right now is tracking 4.22. Now, every time we try to bounce up here, we kind of bounce back down, but the moving average is crossing over. We have a really nice move on the stochastic as well. So my eye is here on this 10-year to see if price could bump above my top of my hamburger bun. Let's shoot over to crude and look at some intraday levels here. Crude oil has been selling off pretty nicely until a bunch of news comes in. This anchored VWAP for most markets are going to be kind of important. You could see we've been trading below it, a whole bunch of Brian Shannon touch points that we've sold off of all morning long. We have JAX 4 right here at the top of the value area, which is approximately 61.5. Also, his previous session's lows are right there also. So that's a big area of interest. 61.5 going into the trading session. S1 is pretty much held support around 60.94. Yeah, we have some wicks below it. Below that, we have that Menthor Q one-day min. That's at 60.51. On the upside, though, we do have some 0 DTE put support and high vol level that's kind of framing the top area of resistance. Pivot's pretty far away as well on crude, but very achievable, 62.43. Those are the important numbers there. Let's just pop over to gold really quickly here. Gold, again, same thing with that anchored VWAP, session VWAP. We've been trading below it, really nice touch points. The London Open was a little bit muted, not that much activity. We have that one-day min for Menthor Q at the bottom. That's approximately 33.03, and S1 is slightly below that at 33 even. On the upside, we have that JAX 1 level at 33.50 for the bulls, and then previous session's highs would be my next important level, I think, up here around 33.63 in gold. Dr. Copper is on the move, The VWAP looks a little bit different here. We're actually trading above it. We kind of broke through it. It's in the rearview mirror ever since the end of the initial balance in the London session. And now we're trading right up against that JAX 1 level, which is 4.95. And then above and beyond that is R2 and Menthor Q's one-day max, and that's approximately 4.98. On the downside, we have some JAX 2s and JAX 3s and S1 levels right around that 4.85 level as well, if you think this market's going to turn around. But this is actually a pretty nice, really, really orderly rally that we saw pre-market here in this marketplace. And just really quickly here, even the S&P, a couple levels here before we bring it back to Naples. JAX 2 55.75. That one's going to be an important level for the bulls. And on the downside here, there is room on the downside. 5,500 is a S1, 5,500. Previous session's lows right below that. So those are really important areas of interest on the downside should we break. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Just
Oh,
And we are back. There is Helene. Helene, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So it's really an honor to have you here today. You know, I've been following you for many years on X, and it's really a perfect time to have you here because, Helene, when we look at the charts right now, I think a lot of people, it's always the eye of the beholder, right? Because you could see that we had the big move lower, and now we've had a really decent move off the lows, and we're kind of in the middle-ish area, and everyone's probably having this debate on whether or not the correction was over, or we're back to kind of bull market, or is this just a bear market correction? What are your thoughts on the equity indexes right now?
So typically, I think what we had when we came down and we had the big whoosh, we had what I would consider panic. And after panic, you get a rebound. And after the rebound, we tend to get a chop fest where people have this, should I, shouldn't I? Is the rebound good? Is it a new bull market again? Is it always just before we go back down? And so that's where you tend to get a chop fest. And the chop fest can last weeks. Quite frankly, I've seen it last months. And I never seem to know which it's going to be. Right now, I just know that I think we're headed into some kind of sideways pattern while the market works off the overbought condition from the rally over the last couple of weeks.
Before I get to Shai, because I know Shai's got some questions for you. So when we get into this pattern, what are some of the indicators that you look at to help us navigate what you think the next leg of this move is?
Okay, a few things. First of all, we're short-term overbought. So we've got to work that off. And for my work, it's not usually price, but time. And that basically means a week or two of working that off. That's number one. Number two is I've got an intermediate term overbought and oversold oscillator I use, and my calculation, and this can change, but my calculation is sometime mid to late May, that gets overbought. And then the last thing I watch is sentiment. How fast did people get bulled up off of this move? And if people get bulled up too quickly, I'm fond of saying that when it comes to sentiment, you think of two neighbors side by side with a fence in between. The bulls are on one side, the bears are on the other side. And sometimes the bull party gets really loud and raucous, and the bears get so jealous they jump the fence and go into the bull camp. And that's when you get too much. And then the opposite happens. But the majority of the time, what you get is they sit on the fence. They don't necessarily jump the fence. When you jump the fence, that's towards the end of the move. And so right now, I think there's a shift where, let's just say, the bears are sort of moseying over to the fence and they're sitting around, oh, should I get on the fence? Should I not get on the fence? So one of the signs I'll look for is, do the bears jump the fence? And typically what happens is you get a sideways move, and then you get another try upward. And let's just say we get a sideways move for the next, I don't know, week or so, and then you get another move up. That's usually when you see them jump the fence because, oh God, they're not coming down again. And then you can assess what's going on. My guess is, since I anticipate getting intermediate term overbought in that time frame, my guess is once you get everybody back on board, then you get another run.
Yep, absolutely makes sense. I kind of wanted to go where you went over indices with Anthony, but I want to, because you also chart TLT and XLE, so I kind of want to get what you're seeing in the bonds right now, and particularly kind of on that long end that we know that Bessent is concerned about.
Everybody's concerned about it. I'll tell you, for the longest time, first of all, I turned bullish on bonds like in January. Okay. It was all right for a trade, and then it's gotten quite rocky. I thought if I used the TLT, I thought after that initial rally, we would mostly be in a range of 88 to 93. And, then we fell out of the 88, but we recaptured it fairly quickly, and we're back into it. And so I'm still going to stick with the fact that I think the bonds are just in a giant trading range. I heard you guys say that the interest rates are where they were, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Quite frankly, they're where they were a year ago. They're where they were in the fall of 2022. Interest rates haven't made a lot of big moves. We've moved up out of the range and we come right back down like a magnet. We move down out of the range, we come right back into it. And to me, right now, I don't see much changing out of that wide band.
That makes sense. And then what about energy? Because I know you also look at XLE, and obviously I follow the energy markets very closely. So I want to know what you're seeing on the technical side.
Well, as you know, the stocks act garbage, like garbage. That's a technical term. But I have to
I'll
say,
take it.
What's caught my eye, though, is I like to follow sentiment, the daily sentiment indicator, the DSI, which is a service I buy. And for those who don't know, it ranges from 0 to 100. And when it gets to single digits, you want to be bullish. When it gets over 90, you want to be bearish. And then you've got these ranges under 20 and over 80, where it's sort of get ready to be on alert. And sometimes you don't really get to single digits and you don't really get to over 90, but you got to get ready to look for a change. And last night's DSI in crude oil was 20. So the way I look at it is, while I don't like the charts and I don't like crude oil here, I have to be alert that if we get much more weakness in crude, I'm going to have to start looking for reasons to like it for a trade.
Excellent.
So that,
I want to go, I want to go to gold, because gold has the strongest primary trend of the majors that we follow, right? We talked about bonds, you're 100% right. If you go back and look at where we were last May in the 30-year, it's pretty much the same exact price. I was looking at it this morning. I know we talk about where we were a few months ago. Sometimes we do forget to go back a year ago, and bonds are in that same place. But when you look at the dominant trends of the markets I'm looking for against indexes, I'm looking for what's going to happen in rates, and I'm looking at gold. Gold just made a big high. We had some news that took it off of that high. The whole world's kind of looking at gold. What's the next move? What do you think?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to that DSI. And I've been waiting for the DSI to get over 90 in gold. And all it did was knock on the door several times. Last week, we got to 88. Again, so you look for some kind of a correction when you get to 88. You get over 90, it's much more bearish. And I know this sounds like a distinction without a difference, but I've been following this DSI forever. And it takes so much to get that reading over 90 or to single digits that it really is incredibly extreme when it gets there. So at 88, you got to look for a correction, which I did. It's back down to 74. So right now, I think gold is just neutral. I wouldn't be super bearish on it, but I'm not thinking it's ready to be bought again. So I think, it's when I look at the stocks, okay, I think the stocks have lagged gold itself, which is sometimes a tell, but the stocks are up near a resistance, they're up near a measured target. And so I'm more in the camp that gold needs an extended correction. And I don't really have exact levels on it. I don't really have exact levels on it, but It got bought yesterday. Maybe today it gets sold. Maybe tomorrow it gets bought. That, and over time, a pattern should develop that maybe what happens is you had that big move up, you come down, and maybe a few weeks out in time, you're like, oh, all right, gold starts to look all right. Everyone seems to have forgotten about it by now. And now maybe it can go up again. But I need that digestion or that topping. And all I know is last week we got to see too much on the upside. And now we're in no man's land, really.
Two things I take away so far from today. One is I'm so glad that you mentioned time, because we get so fixated, Helene, on short-term movements. Obviously, we're in futures markets, and that road just gets narrower and narrower. Even for myself, as the years have gone by, I try to widen it, and it's just hard because you're looking at what's today, what's happening right now. But you forget that markets have these big moves, and then they consolidate for periods of time. The moves digest, and then the next move happens. They don't just stay busy all the time. Shai's about to say that we got some data coming out real quick, and I'll get back to my point. What do we got, Shai?
Wholesale inventories came in at 0.5%. Prior was 0.3%. And retail inventories came in at minus 0.1%. Prior was 0.1%. So.
See what happens, Helene? You come on the show, I get so fixated in what you and I, it's like you and I out there, and there's nobody else around. I'm not even looking at news. I'm not looking at chat. And so I wanted to get back to this point about the gold market, because it's like when these big trends happen, first of all, gold took years for this trend to finally start to take place. Then you have a period now where we could be in consolidation for who knows how long. I don't think it's going to be like it was to get to the bull market phase. But also a friend of ours, Jason Shapiro, who looks at like COT data, because a lot of times I'll look at that, like sentiment, and you look to see how what positioning is. So you got sentiment and positioning. And gold has not yet even gotten to the point where you saw the extremes in the COT data. And so what I was going to ask you was, you look at sentiment, you look at price, do you ever look at positioning as well?
No. Not in futures data. No, I know a lot of people use the COP data. It's just not a tool I've ever used. Mostly I'm a stock person. And so when I look at the market, I use a lot of indicators based on the breadth of the market, as opposed to, and sentiment, as opposed to futures positioning. So I don't use that. And when I look at commodities, I like to use the DSI.
So in some ways, you almost probably feel it's a redundancy.
Yeah, I guess I could say it was redundancy, but I think I'm more apt to say that it's because it's not data I use, and I've seen where people put up these charts that, oh my God, everybody's positioned this way, and then it doesn't really matter because they just get more positioned that way. So I'm not very good at, I'm just not very good at knowing how to use that data properly, I guess is what I would say. And so I'd rather stick to my knitting and know what I'm doing. And so, like when it comes to gold or energy, I also like to look at the stocks. Whereas I think a lot of commodity people don't even look at the stocks. So.
Yeah. No, I agree. And just to clear up so everyone understood what I meant in terms of redundancy is like if something's looking overbought on Helene's charts and she's using a tool for it, a COT data a lot of times is going to tell us if it's getting overbought or oversold by, large speculators, small and all that. And so just want to make sure some of the traders out there understood this. Helene, we're out of time for you today. Again, as I said from the beginning, it's been such an honor to have you here today. It's really, like I said, the perfect time to have you here to go over gold indexes. And I want everyone to follow you following this conversation. Everyone, we put her link into the description, so make sure you go there. And the last thing I want you just to talk about quickly is your weekly poll. You've been doing this for years, and I want people to go there and participate because I watch it every week, to get a gauge for what's happening in the markets. Just kind of tell us about that.
Okay, before I do that, I just want to go back to a point that you made about how we get so narrow focused and we look at what happened yesterday or today, and we forget to look at the big picture. I'm fond of saying that traders are like teenagers. We all want instant gratification, only the real world doesn't usually give it to you. So we should really stop focusing on that instant gratification, even though, God, it feels so good. In terms of my poll, so I do this weekly poll. I started it during COVID, during the height of COVID, so 5 years ago, asking what the next 100 points in the S&P was, just because we were all sitting at home and it felt like a good thing to do. And it's become kind of a thing. I mean, I've done it every week since. And my takeaway, and it's not a great takeaway, but my takeaway is that the majority of the people who follow me and vote tend to be right. And so everybody wants it to be contrary, but a lot of times people are right. Couple of observations. When you get too extreme, like a couple of weeks ago when we had 70% were looking for ups, the next 100 points up, obviously they were wrong and we came down. But let's just say last week, we had the majority were looking for 100 points up. Not a lot, it's just a minor, it was like 51.49 or something like that. I'm talking about a week ago last weekend. And we got a huge move up. But in fact, the first move was down 100 points last Monday. So, some people want to take it so literally and, literally they were right. The people who voted 49% on the downside, but the general consensus was up and they were right too, because really we had an up week. This week, we had another week where it was, 49, 51 or something like that. What I find is that when the spread is so tight, people are in the, as I call it, the should I or shouldn't I phase. I'm sitting on the fence. Where do I commit? And that's when we do tend to get the biggest moves in the market, because it's not that one side is off sides, it's that everybody is uncommitted. And so that's what I mean, if you're looking at my poll and you want to find something to see in it, I would tend to look at the weeks where we're very close to 50-50. You should start looking for a big move sometime during that week.
See, everybody, another indicator out there you didn't know existed.
Right.
I know that I've been using it for a while. Helene, this was great. Everybody, go to the description. Follow Helene on X. Go to see what she's doing with her daily column. Helene, you're the best. Shy, tell her.
Thank you. We love you, Helene. Of course, we hope to have you back again.
Have a great day.
All right. So, Shy, quick thoughts coming on. Oh, we going right to Pharm. Shy, you don't get any thoughts. Look at Pharm's like, listen, he's like this. Pharm goes like this. Pharm did one of these. He goes, get out of here. Let's go, baby. I'm in. Delhi, let's go, man. So, you heard Helene. Wasn't that cool?
Yeah, that was a nice opportunity to be able to get on with her. I've never heard her talk before. Obviously, been all over her Twitter for a number of years. So that was a nice opportunity today.
Yeah, a lot of fun. And, initial thoughts, Pharm. I was going to go to Shy's. Initial thoughts from you. You were able to listen to that. And you got a technician who's been doing this for a lot of years. And the funny thing is, Pharm, is, you and I talk about the simplicity of it. And you go even further back with Helene, who's been doing this a long time. Just the simplicity in her method, I think is really so important. I think if there's anything a lot of traders can take away from that conversation, it's just understanding simplicity of markets. But what were your initial thoughts on what she said about maybe equities and gold?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that struck me, and we'll get into this with some of the charts, because I tend to agree that right now is most likely a time for digestion and chop, and I just feel like we're in kind of a dangerous location to have digestion and chop. I mean, we're sitting right at that breakout point. So if there's too much digestion and chop, it risks looking like a failed breakout and coming back down. Certainly looks like a weak breakout if we don't see acceleration to the upside. So it's just kind of a tricky spot to find ourselves overbought. And that's something that's been a little bit concerning to me here, which makes it really difficult to want to be, it makes it hard for me to want to be long, just given so far, it hasn't exactly been an explosive breakout, but it's hard to be short because, we're still sitting above sort of the top of range, just sitting right there. So it's a really awkward situation here. And I'm definitely interested to see what happens today. We saw some selling come in yesterday and the bid had absolutely nothing for it. I mean, nothing, right? And then it just turned off the offer. It just walked away at, I don't know, it was like 1:30 and we just floated right back up. Everything's fine. And so I'm curious to see if that comes back. Is that just a one-day thing? They just had some to sell and they're done? Or is somebody looking to actively distribute in this range? And does that potentially cause this market to break? So obviously we have a lot of news. We have a lot of data, earnings this week. We'll see. Everything is constructive in price to my eyes. But my gut has me extremely uncomfortable being long here.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And before we get to the charts, I'm just curious what your thoughts are, what she said about gold, because I think it was just important to hear from someone who's watched a lot of these markets make tops. And you heard her say, it didn't quite get to that point of extreme. And I thought that was very interesting in today's markets because gold has become the primary trend. It's the cleanest trend so far this year, and it really kind of potentially has ripple effects into everything else. I was curious what you thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it certainly looks like it kind of wanted a hard top, and it's not a bad top here, but it also kind of feels like one of those where everybody kind of piles in and they want to short it, and then you get one last rip up just to stick it to everybody before it finally turns over. So I'm looking for potentially for a move like that, but I mean, it's not a bad high. So, we'll see how that goes. But I actually, and I can't even explain why I had this thought at like, I don't know, 2:00 in the morning one night, but I had this thought that when gold tops, and I know what you've been saying, I agree generally that, gold rallying is probably bad for equities, but I can't shake this feeling that gold sells off hard and equities sell with it. And that would be kind of weird. But I just can't shake it and I can't explain it.
All right, well, let's go to the charts because I actually agree with you that if that were to happen, when you see a sell everything, that's the worst case scenario for equities. And the reason is because now the winners that they've had on are now losers. And that's the reason, right? And so it becomes a race to cash. I'll never forget 2008. I was making a bunch of money and I started buying a bunch of gold because I'm like, oh man, this thing is just going to continue to get, killed in the market because I was trading, indexes, S&P only. And so I started, taking money out and I was either buying gold futures and I was doing other things on other accounts and I was just getting massacred in those as we started going down in 08. Yeah, eventually gold did turn around and rally with the rest of the market. But when we all went down together, that is when the bloodbath really happened. So I don't discount that can't happen. And that would be very interesting. Let's go to the gold chart here first today. So one thing that I will do, and this is really just a hat tip to Brian Shannon, over the years, I use VWAPs differently than him, but his anchoring process, I think, is really, really good. And what I'll do is anytime I see a significant high or low, I will go to my daily chart, and we all know that this high was significant. There's pretty much everyone that looks at the chart knows that high in gold was significant because we had that breakout rally. We had continuation of a breakout rally, and then it was a day where we closed lower. All right, and then since then we've gone nothing but go down. Look at the last 5 days high in gold. Is the VWAP? It's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
I was looking at it this
beautiful.
morning, and I was like, wow. Since that day, it just can't get above it, and so. When I look at that, it's like, yeah, we've had these move off these lows. And that's why I think it was maybe a day or two ago. Remember I said to you, I'm like, gold is still kind of weak, even though it was up like $50 that day. I'm like, my thinking was the fact that I couldn't regain the VWAP off of the high. So This is something that when I look at this area right in here, and I look at 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations below it, because I like to see what that would be from that VWAP anchor to the high, and it tells me that a pullback to 3220, which is on my chart is the 21-day moving average and a 3 standard deviation from the VWAP. To me, that's the place where I would look to start to buy gold, and I will find out more about whether or not this move is just a pullback or if it's a high. And so in here, I think my expectations are it to be pretty choppy. And what's your initial thoughts? I mean, on just me doing something like this?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love the anchored VWAPs, and I use them on all kinds of time frames, and certainly key highs, key lows, certain events. I mean, like the September rate cut FOMC, like I'll keep that VWAP on my chart for basically the entire cycle, just to see how we're behaving. And once we lost that for the first time, that's when I was saying, like, it's time to pay attention, because the implications of it to me, so that's very soft and nuanced, I suppose, but to say to lose such an important anchored VWAP off an event was meaningful. So I just think there's a whole lot of information you can derive from anchored VWAPs across all kind of time frames, anchor points, and then use them the way that works for you. So I mean, I think it's just brilliant, and I'm very appreciative for Brian coming up with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a simple thing. And so what I'm doing here now is I'm removing the standard deviations. And what I'm looking for on the 30-year bond is I anchored it to the high. So very similar situation to what we would do in gold. And I have my daily Bollinger Bands, Boomer Bands, and I've got the moving averages. And just look at how everything is flatlined here. And this is this phase right now, this consolidation phase in bonds, where we just wait and see what this next move is. We're talking about the other markets that are not equity indexes, because of course we're going to get to those. But, to me, it's important to see, as Pharm and I have discussed, kind of what happens next in gold from a bigger picture, and then ultimately what happens in bonds. I think is very interesting, because obviously what happens in rates. And bonds are just so coiled up here. You've got flat daily Bollinger Bands, you've got flat moving averages, and you've got a VWAP anchored from the high, that we are just stuck in a range. So you have no leadership here at all. Right, gold at least had bullish leadership, and now it's got some bearish leadership. Rallies are getting sold. To me, if anything, bonds are slightly bid, because they're kind of at the top part of the range. But again, overall, just not getting any extension away from this area. But again, it gives me great perspective of what's happening within the markets from a wider time frame, to understand how and why we might be consolidating in equity indexes for the time being. So now I'm going to go to the S&P chart. Now, when I go to the S&P chart, it's just the exact opposite, right? I anchored a VWAP from the low, and I'll use 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations off the low, and I'll look to see where we are with the daily moving averages. If you go back, Pharm, you go back, 4 days ago, 3-4 days ago, I was talking about how on a blip up higher, if we can get back above 5,500, if we couldn't, I was going to stay bearish. And then on this big day, I said, I can't be bearish anymore, because the market's telling me we cannot, and I was the bear that turned bullish, because you look at it and you go, you regain multiple days above the VWAP, above the 8 and 21 moving average. And now, since we've tested the 34, they can't even close below it. It's like, it's amazing how different the tape has gone from back in here, where you couldn't even go and test them, to then on any sort of rallies back up, they were just sold below VWAPs and everything. And now we're near the 2 standard deviation off the VWAP anchored from the low, which comes into the last basically 2, 3, 4 days highs. So we're channeling in that 2 standard deviation, which today comes in right around just under 5,600. If we get above 5,600, it tells me the next leg up is in the low 5,700s. And I look at this and go, I couldn't imagine this is where we'd be right now a week or so ago, but we are here. And the bulls, we'll see what they can do if they could get this going above 5,600. If not, expect a lot of what we're probably seeing in bonds. And this range in here, boy, from 50, let's call it mid 5,500s, all the way back down to, gosh, I mean, for me, it's low 5,300s. It's just a range bound. It goes back to what Helene said. It's time. And here, it's probably a day trader's dream. You're probably going to get a lot of days like yesterday, where you have sell program early, buy program later. It could be the opposite, or you get consolidations. But I think volatility stays. I think it remains a two-way tape. And just to clarify, I think that above 5,600, it leans definitely a lot more bullish for me. for the low 5,700s and below 5,300, I think then that turns the lights off for the bulls. And I think, you see a quick move back down to 5,150. Obviously, I don't think that's seeing of that today, but that's what I'm looking at. Let's go to your charts now, Pharm.
Yeah, I think that's right. Low 5,300s, maybe like 5,340s, 5,350s would not be horribly unhealthy. It would be, a little bit risky. And again, I kind of redefined this range as maybe, here off to the side, this 5130s to 5530-ish. I don't even necessarily think that we would need to come down all the way down to 5100s on a failed breakout if this does fail. But something like coming down and holding this bull gap again would not be a bad look. We're in a situation where we have not taken, on a cash hours basis, we have not taken out a prior day low since last Monday. So we had this dip, we took out all hours, right? We had an overnight low on the 24th that took out the prior day's low, but that was overnight. Cash hours basis, we did not. And so I feel like if we do start cracking prior day lows back in this range, and again, the range high, you could call it 5520, 5530, 5540, really anywhere in that range to me is fine as using range highs. But if we're offering prior day lows back in this range, then I think that's probably when we get a move towards maybe 5340s. And again, it wouldn't be horribly unhealthy. But then if we can't resume an uptrend off of that and we get trapped, back in this range, then maybe we have some trouble. And we talked about on the 30, getting back below those 5340s to me is probably a bit of a disaster. Looks like we've got Besant speaking right now. We talked yesterday about like the 5574, 5580 as being kind of like the first spot that could trigger, maybe a failed breakout, and we failed just below there. And speaking of anchored VWAPs, I think you back adjust. My Ninja charts are back adjusted. Other charts I don't back adjust. If you take NQ and anchor a VWAP to that February high, that was yesterday's high of day and the overnight high. So that's something of interest to me. I've noticed, you get all kinds of questions on back adjusted versus not back adjusted. And I just encourage everybody to tinker with both. But I found that interesting. That was something that I was monitoring. And I noticed the offer firm up on NQ first yesterday. And so I'll be watching to see if that's the case again. But, for the most part, all the action overnight here today is above 5540. So that's good. We did clear 5520. I mean, again, like bulls had nothing against that sell program yesterday morning at all. It was rather persistent. And it took out just about everything it needed to take out. We talked about 5496 as being the inside week high, and we dipped just below there. NQ held just above it. So technically, bulls are completely fine. Again, I'm not super cozy here, but we've got a lot of data, a lot of earnings. We'll see what happens. I do think if we can get back below 5520s again, then we're probably looking at yesterday's low. And again, big picture, I just don't think we want to be offering prior day's lows this close to a potential failed breakout. As long as we're just dipping below a prior day low and firing off of it and reclaiming range, it's probably okay. But it's just going to be an awkward spot here while we chop right at a breakout point.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that assessment. I mean, I look at the chart and, you're talking about those, the 5520s, and you just look at this area and it's like, man, this is the area where I could see a lot of traders over trading the tape. And that brings me to your daily plan for today, Pharm. It's that time of day where we come in and like dig into what's the setup that you're looking for coming into the day, because it's an area where it can easily be over traded. And create a lot of frustration with traders. So what's the mindset? What's the plan coming into today in this area?
Yeah, so I don't have marked on my 5-minute chart last week's high, but you've got 54.5 as last week's high. And you can see it's kind of being defended here late into this overnight session. And I find that interesting, but generally I was looking for holds of 55.40 to find rotations up towards 55, 65-ish. And you can kind of see that's where overnight, we got that completed rotation. And most of the overnight was reasonably constructive and sort of in that upper range. I do now find it interesting that we're somewhat capped under, this 55, 54 half. But I'll hold to that as long as this overnight low holds, or a quick, sweep of this overnight low that then reclaims 55.40s. Then at this point, I'll at least say, 55.55 probably is a target there. But again, potential for rotation up towards those 55.65s. And then you've got retests of yesterday's high, which we basically kind of did overnight and left, an overnight poor high, which doesn't mean a huge ton to me, but it does end up being a bit of a target, right? So if bulls can really get some momentum going, it sounds like the market's not really enjoying what Bessent's saying right now. But we'll see how that goes. So, if we're offering 55.40s, then we kind of play the same game we played yesterday, which was like, maybe this is going to be a failed breakout. Let's see what's up at 55.20, 55.19, 55.20. Could definitely bid again. On the way back up yesterday. So, first on the way down, it's like it wasn't even there. Again, that sell program just kind of blew right through it. But on the way back up, some kind of weaker sellers, certainly not the sell program, it was done. But some weaker sellers tried to defend there and they got blown out, right? So it could be reactive again, closer to 19 to 20. So I'll monitor that spot and I would be open to longs. You have to favor longs given we have not taken out a prior day low. But again, I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time being long. I am short right now on runners from 10:30 last night. And I'm just today I'm just going to round trip it. Just round trip my runners. I don't care. I don't know that I want to get involved again here. But 55.20 is an area where I would definitely look to potentially cover some more. And so I think that's a fair spot for longs. And then I do think we could bid again around, that 54.96 to 55.07 spot to protect yesterday's low. So I think we could potentially find bids down there. Once again, fail to take out a prior day's low and then, find a rally. But, if that sell program turns on today, then just hands off. So that's really my plan, honestly, is just to see the open and see if that offer is there again, and then just roll with it. And if it's not, or once it's done, then I'll consider looking to take a trade back to the long side if damage has not been done. But I can't stress enough, we talked about this, back at the top, February 19th was the top, and then the 20th. We came in on the 20th, and we sold below the overnight low. We sold below the prior day low, IB low, just everything, and we just kept on going. Now, late in the day, we had a late day rally, and it was see, everything's fine. Bears got excited for nothing. Well, we know what happened after that. And so that was the subtle change in character to me. And yesterday's sell program was not messing around. We sold through all of that except for a prior day's low. And so I just can't ignore that. And so if it's back, I'm going to roll with it. That's where I'm at, really. And so I'm just watching to see what happens. Again, everything looks great technically. Bulls are saying it's bullish above this, it's bullish above that. I don't care. If that program's on, there's no long to me. So.
Totally. So two things. One is Tracy in the chat said, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, we want long-term tariff revenue and deals. We know the market did not like that comment as it came out. Also, everybody recognize newly added to the NinjaTrader Live, down in the middle, the big bar at the bottom in the lower thirds is going to have all of the updates coming from our senior economist, Shy Girl, throughout the day. So if there's any sort of breaking news headlines that you're scratching your head at, they'll be in the chat in YouTube, and they will be in that bottom middle bar. And so even data points as they come out, she will have those in there. So they'll be rotating throughout the day. Pharm, a question came from chat, and it was it was going to be something I was going to follow up with you anyway on, and I thought it was really well put. Let me go back and make sure I read it exactly and give the person credit who did it. So it's from Chintan. He said, how do you see the offer at the open? And he's like, sorry, new question. No, there's no sorry for questions in here. Yeah. If you guys have questions in chat for anybody that's on here, always ask them. We want to hear more from all of you in chat. We appreciate that. And I think it's a great question because you talk about this morning, if that sell program comes on, you'll just stay away from it. What is your best way to gauge that that's happening early on?
Yeah, so I mean, the way that I monitor things and relative strength of, you know, the bid versus the offer is like kind of blasphemy to especially like order flow traders, because I don't even look at a DOM. I don't look at the tape. I'm really just seeing it in candles. And the quickest and easiest way is, you know, imagine you have a candle that has a range of exactly 2 ticks. And so there's an uptick, there's a downtick. And let's say that price is sitting on the uptick for an entire minute. It's a 1 minute candle. It's sitting on the uptick for 1 minute. And let's say relative volume for the last few minutes has been 1,000 contracts, right? Price is sitting on the uptick for that entire minute of this, you know, 2-tick candle, and volume is 7,000. Well, what's happening? There's passive seller there that's absorbing. I mean, if price is on the uptick, then the market is being bought, and there's a seller that is passively reloading the offer or just sitting there offered. And so there's a lot of like little things that I do with purely just looking at volume and candles. But when I see aggression on the buy side, when market orders to the buy side are just getting absolutely eaten and prices going nowhere, then that aggression on the buy side is not producing any kind of results. And that to me suggests that there's some stronger selling in the tape. So I'm not just looking for like an aggressive tape bomb to the sell side. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably looking at the exact opposite. So I will look for aggressive sell side tape bombs into a low that then get met by responsive buying. And we saw that at low of day. And I said, you know, here's some absorption here. We have a buyer. And that's because the selling got aggressive now at the low. And now there was a passive bid sitting there soaking that selling price stopped moving. So when that aggression, whether it's buy side or sell side, does not yield a result, it generally means there's somebody on the other side of that. And the buying was very aggressive yesterday and very strong. Breadth was amazing. You probably saw my Pharm breadth thrust joke yesterday. I don't know, but frankly, it was a good one. It just wasn't very long lasting, right? So very strong breadth. It just got absolutely eaten. And then program went active. So, I mean, it sat passive. It was stuffing the bid. And then it just said, it's time to go. And it turned it on and hit the market button. And we went down. So, again, not something I'm looking to mess with. I see it all in candles and volume. Plenty of traders would see it on the tape or the DOM, what have you. But I'm a weird guy.
That you are, for sure. And the breadth one, I mean, people, you have to listen to Pharm closely. He's dropping funny stuff for me. I think it's hilarious. Pharm, it's time to go. We do this every day, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 9. Thank you for extending your time with us today because that was an important question. And thank you, Chintan, for asking that question. I really appreciate it. Another thing I will say is you could pull up the cumulative delta tool as well on NinjaTrader, order flow cumulative delta. That will give you, a way to also look at what's happening on the buy side or the sell side. Just some things that you can see from Merritt will have that on today. The Order Flow Labs guys will have that on as well. And of course, go follow Pharm, what he's doing. He talks about his process in more detail in his Substack. And definitely follow my guy on Twitter. Pharm, you're the best. I will see you tomorrow, my brother.
We'll see you tomorrow, Deli. Take care.
All right, Pharm Navy, hit that like button. And of course, Tanya Army, she's back. She's with us. She's got the Miami colors. You know what? I've noticed really a Miami vibe from you in the colors last couple of days since you've been back. I really do think you're leaning towards moving to Florida. I don't know why. I got this feeling. It's like you got the yellow one. Remember when you were in Naples, you had the white pants? I'm just saying, Tanya. I feel like Tanya's going to be living in Florida. Could happen.
Oh no, that's scary. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I'm ready for Florida. I don't know if Florida is ready for me, maybe. And my shirt actually says risk on it. Which is funny.
Oh, that's cool. That is funny. Where did you get that? Did you have that made?
No, there's actually like a singer, Gracie Abrams, that has a song called Risk, and I'm like her fan, and I was like, okay, I gotta get this. And even she has like socks for it, and I did wear those socks once in a post. Everybody loved them. So, and I do love my socks. So I don't know about moving to Florida. You guys got the sun, but now, now spring is in New York and we just got the cherry blossoms and uh, you know, uh, when during the winter, it's a different deal, you want to leave it. Maybe I'll become a snowbird. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And we love having you down here in Naples in the studio in winter, and I don't blame you. Who would want to leave New York in the summer? There's no better place as far as I'm concerned. So you heard the news. You may or may not have heard it, but let me go back to what Tracy put in there. So this morning we had, not too long ago, Treasury Secretary Bessent. We want long-term tariff revenue and deals. Market didn't like it. It's starting to downtick. We've got a lot of red folder news coming out today. We've got earnings. We know there's going to be a lot of crosswinds
Yeah.
within this market today. Initial thoughts on the markets, and maybe we jump right into your charts because I know we cut into your time a little bit as we asked that
Sure.
question for Pharm. Which is what your thoughts are for today?
Sure. Well, yeah, like it looks pretty similar to yesterday to me, or at least the morning side. So here it is. Like yesterday, we had a tiny body candle here on the charts, indicating that we didn't have any lasting direction either way for the day. What I find interesting though is that the Nasdaq did take out yesterday's high here. ES didn't, so you have a slight divergence there. And that could potentially be the beginning of a move lower. So here we are for Nasdaq on the right. I have this low marked down on the 4-hour. I think that we could totally get down there, because that's lot liquidity. It's a short-term low, about like 19 to 10 area, and we have these gaps. So, and when we retraced here, it was not even in a 50%. And so this is some liquidity, some trend line liquidity, if you will, as well. And the fact that we took out that high there on NASDAQ and not on ES, we were having like pretty similar structure in other regards, but which is good because I don't want it to be too different. But here, ES did not take out that high up there, but NASDAQ did. And that could be the start of the new lower, especially we just started moving lower from that news, which could be the catalyst on that. The fact is, on the upside, we couldn't have more upside yesterday here where we wicked this. That close in the 4-hour was pretty indicative, and we took out yesterday's high there as well. That's why I'm saying it looks pretty similar in that regard. Here we also failed to take out yesterday's high with like an imbalance to the upside with energy, and we reverted back into the range. And so I'm more inclined to think that we're probably going to go for this low on the 4-hour here on ES and on NQ over here at 19,213-ish, and on ES it's like 54.79. I think that's totally possible today, especially with 10 a.m. news. Maybe that'll be the distribution lower continuation. So let's see here on the hourly. Yeah, you started to see here on the NASDAQ and on ES. Yeah, reverted back into the range, then failed to take out another failure swing to the upside. Then we see a break of a short-term low with a fair value gap. So it started shifting bearish on the hourly. And same thing on ES here. And then this retracement here respected and wicked this fair value gap here on the upside, this bearish one. And we're continuing lower. And I do think it's likely we'll head for the next swing low then, this and this. I think I'm more bearish inclined in that way as long as we're holding. We can maybe have a little bounce here at the open. Considering this is another point of interest, we'll see how this hourly closes, but yeah, maybe it retraces back to here. It really depends. Let me see on the 15 actually. How are these bars looking? It's unlikely actually for us to retrace because these bars to the downside on the 15 are pretty energetic here. So yeah, I'm more bearish just short term for this liquidity to get taken out because it seems like on the upside we are having some high resistance to go higher. It seems like we have been losing steam a little bit there, like when we're trying to take out previous day high. So I think it's likely that we're kind of in this consolidation type environment on the 4-hour and the hourly. But we have some swing lows here. So I think I would go for like yesterday's low for its first target, and then also this 4-hour here, the previous day low before that, Friday's low, second target. Let me just see on the daily if that's correct. Or is that just a session low? Yeah, Friday's low. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's probably the morning, because it just really does look pretty similar to yesterday as well. And it's the same kind of idea, maybe. But yesterday, on the 15, you could see that didn't have much continuation after this retracement. It did chop a bit, and then it finally did drop after my session ended. There was another re-entry. I didn't get into that one, but we didn't hit that previous day low. We kept that intact. We had a little bounce into the afternoon that I think Pharm mentioned, but it wasn't sustained. Yeah, so unless there's like some other major news that'll come out that maybe provides more direction, one-sided direction to this market, I think it's likely that we kind of stay range bound on the higher time frame, kind of like until NFP, right? Until Friday. Maybe today's 10 a.m. news will distribute. I think that's probably what'll happen is at 10 a.m. That's when we'll hit my targets. So I'm not, if I find an entry, I'd get in before 10 a.m. I'm fine with holding through 10 a.m. news. Not NFP or anything like CPI or anything, but 10 a.m. news, typically it's okay. And I think on the daily, we're starting to contract still, because you could see yesterday, all in all, we still had a pretty smaller range than average. What did we have? Yeah, like 400-ish point range. So I'd just make sure I go for low-hanging fruit and not swing for the fences today or up until NFP most likely. Yeah, what do you think about that, Crudele?
So a couple things. One is we had some White House press secretary news from Leavitt. Trump will sign an executive order on auto tariffs later today. So you could see, I think if I'm not mistaken, this is like Trump's 100th day. Shy in the chat, let me know if that's correct. I saw some headlines coming out of that. I don't know if it's today or if it's this week. So you could expect Trump either doing some pumping or just probably talking a lot. We'll see what happens there. So that news didn't move the markets as it came out. You were going over that, so I just wanted to let everyone know that. What I really like about what you said, and I think it was really observant, was the divergence between the NASDAQ and the S&P and the high there. I think that's kind of a trigger for today. I agree with you, because when I look at that, you see the NASDAQ's the one that was trying to lead us higher. S&P didn't follow. I'm sure Kane, someone who likes to be bearish, sees that the S&P can't do that. He likes that trade. He loves looking for the bearish look. And I think that's really interesting today, because it does feed into likely going after those lows, like you said. I feel the exact same way, because why not? We're range bounding anyway. The market's getting a little frothy up here. We're not getting any spark to follow that momentum to the upside. And like you said, maybe the 10 a.m. news, regardless of bullish or bearish, it likely takes us to that lower area. I mean, unless the news is really bullish, that's a whole nother story. But if it's just kind of right around in line, it could be a trigger to take us to a move that is potentially underway. I guess the flip side question I have for you today is when you have a divergence like this and it eventually they both take out that high, does that turn super bullish for you?
Hmm. Oh, if eventually it does take it, both of them come out and take out those highs again. It really depends on how they react to those highs again, because you could see yesterday, well, you could see it, they could wick it again, and then it depends on how they react there. If there's displacements at the highs and like it breaks it with a nice imbalance to the upside, then yeah, that's quite bullish for me. And then I'd look for more longs.
Got it. It's so important. I love how Tanya said, watch the reaction to it. It depends on how they take out the highs. That's why we like having you here every morning, Tanya, because there's always fresh information to digest, and you help us with that every single morning. Remember, every day, Monday through Thursday, 9 to 9:15, Tanya is with us. And Monday, she streams all day with us. It was a great stream yesterday. I tell you, again, I say this all the time, but your patience is really impressive. You always stay true to who you are. And again, that's why we like having you in here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Everybody hit that like button for Tanya. Go check out what she's doing. Of course, follow her on X and check out what she's doing on her streams. Tanya, I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good luck, good trading, everybody.
All right, next up, my man. Look at him. Boy, I tell you what, he's been here we go.
Here we go.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Let's get into it, baby. Come on.
Just living the dream. Just living the dream. This guy.
Oh man. It's so good to see you. It always is good to see you, but I know that you were really hit hard by a cold. Like I said, you recovered last week and back. It's like it's now the old Merritt Black is back.
We're back.
And
back in
could
black.
have some. That's right. We could have some volatility today. What's the initial thoughts coming into today's markets?
Long-term bullish. Let's just get that out of the way. Like I told you last time, I thought that move in the NASDAQ down into, you can't even see it on these charts. It's been a minute. But down into, when was it? April 22nd. So yeah. So this low here, I thought was substantial. And we talked about that. And then, when I was streaming last Tuesday, we were kind of looking at that level where it needed to kind of get above and hold and retest. I believe it was right here. And so while I was trading, it was kind of flirting with it. We would maybe taking some long scalps into it and stuff. And then sure enough, we retested it in the afternoon. And then that was all she wrote. So I'm still long-term bullish. Something's going to have to drastically change for that to change. To me, I've been tweeting for 2 months now. Even when we were way up in the highs, I was looking on the downside at 18,860 in the NASDAQ. So to me, that 18,860 region, that's a wide area on a daily bar chart. That's key. So long-term bullish. As you can see on my chart, I'm short. So I think that we were just in a nice spot where we are due for a really nice little pullback. To me, the market doesn't go in a straight line. And on my charts, we reached areas where we touched the lower edge. My edge comes from the edges. The lower edge of last month's value area. That's what the overnight highs have been pushing into. The lows from yesterday is the upper edge of last week's value area high. So we're kind of sandwiched in between those two levels. And for me, we got a nice little 2-day balance. I like to combine those profiles and take a look at, as you just take a look at this chart right here. See the upper edge of this volume right here? And that's kind of the upper edge of the volume from yesterday as well. So 2 days in a row. And sure enough, when I see the market drop below there, pull back, retest, and hold, I'm putting short risk on because, as I said, we're extended on some time frames, monthly prior value, and I think we could pull back a little bit here. So we have now traversed, if you come over here, we're now at the lower edge of weekly developing value. So I've taken off most of my position, and I'm sitting in a little runner here and seeing how it plays out. I'm looking at the cumulative delta. Unlike Pharm, I like to allow the chart to graphically tell me where there's buyers and sellers at the bid and the ask, rather than reverse engineering it by looking at volume and ticks. So I don't know what I was in the green room. I wanted to unmute myself so bad and be like, Pharm, you're making your life harder than it has to be.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's where I'm at. I'm long-term bullish, short-term bearish for a little pullback within the bullish landscape. So we'll see.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, there's some tools that could do that. You know, and it's funny though, Pharm, some people, they look at it a certain way and their intuition takes them there, and you know, and that's where they just feel like they have the best way of seeing it. And, you know, you can't disrupt that, you know, and it's like,
That's right.
I'm someone who definitely likes the visual aspect of it as well. And, you know, actually we're getting a question here about your charts. You guys could email us, NinjaTrader, put that email in there for people that either want to get more information from Merritt or his, for what his setup is, and we'll make sure that we could either direct them to that or direct them to Merritt's site to where he goes over this in more depth. Couple things just before I let you go today. A lot of data coming out today at the 10 o'clock slot. I know that's not a big deal for you. When you got a position in a runaround like this, are you doing any sort of trailing? I'm sure we're going to watch it in real time anyway, but just what's the thought process when you've kind of got a slew of data and coming out around 10 o'clock?
Yeah, mostly it's a feeling of being annoyed that the data's coming out, you know, that it's going to
That's the worst.
throw a monkey wrench into the situation, as my sixth grade teacher used to say, which is, by the way, the guy who got me into trading. So I think about him often. So for me, it's a volatility event, right? It's just, you know, I don't even know what it is. I know that at the top of the hour, it's going to be a full, what do you guys call it? Red folder or 3 stars, or, you know, whatever source you're kind of looking at there. You know, if we're drifting back up near my entry and that number's about to come out, I'll just pull the plug, right? I'm not gonna, because there's a certain amount of volatility that's kind of inherently implied that there could be and whatnot as these things come out. If I'm really deep in the money on a position, you know, I might scale out of another contract and, you know, things like that, and help pare down risk a little bit. And then if it's away from my entry, I feel comfortable holding into that, and I can manage it if something goes wrong and whatnot. And if I get slipped, I get slipped, right? But if it's near my entry, the risk is exponentially higher that I might actually be in the red when the volatility event kind of hits. So I'm going to watch this cumulative delta here. I'm going to watch and see if it starts to stay below 0, which we're currently at a minus 160s. So the market is so far as struggling to bounce right here. It would be very normal for this market, after a move down like this, to retrace all the way back up into here. And maybe we're kind of waiting here in, you know, 8 minutes from now for the open to kind of do that. But so far, we're not finding buyers to lift this thing. So I'm still sitting in a position.
And the last thing before I let you go, last week, I wasn't on with you when I mentioned this, but it's such an important point. And I want all the traders out there watching this to know that everybody comes in every week and watches all the different traders we have each and every day. And I think a lot of the time, the focus is just on the strategy. It's focused on, oh, you know, Merritt's in a short right now. That's a winner. Like, how did he get into that short? And everyone gets so focused on either money or just, you know, trying to get into the market, right? The one takeaway that I get every week from watching all of you, obviously I've been doing this a long time, is I watch the execution skills, Merritt. It's such an important part of this, because the strategy itself is great, and I want everyone to come in and learn from you and how it is that you approach your market, the market, and how. But what I see in all of you each and every week is the skill set of execution and how you are managing positions in, managing positions out, adjusting stops, all those different things. That's so important. And so I just wanted to say to everybody today, as you watch Merritt, watch the skill of him on the execution side. It's not just about the charts and the entry. It's about what he's done over the years to be able to really master his execution. And that's like someone like me who's been doing this a long time. I look at that and I look at those little things that either you do or other people do, and I'm like, You know, I get that. I see that, you know, and that's how we help traders develop, right, Merritt? That's how we help traders grow. It's by becoming better at execution and making better decisions in the moment. It's just so important. So I just wanted to leave on that note and say you're one of the best in the biz for everything you do. So everyone, make sure you follow Merritt on Twitter. We'll have those links in there. Stay tuned throughout his entire presentation, his live trading setup today, and learn more, of course, what he's got to do at Apteros. And if you have questions, there is that learn at NinjaTrader.com, and we will send you to Merritt and get you his charts or whatever it is we can to help you. You're the best, my brother. Glad you're feeling better, and have a great trading session.
Thanks, brother. See you, man. Yeah, Crudele is he's very right. If I could just dovetail off of what he said right there. It makes me, the wheels are turning here. I'm even thinking about all kinds of things. Like, what are you doing when you come watch myself or another streamer on this kind of lineup that Crudele's put together? You know, what are you doing? I would say that you need to watch us with some intentionality. Sure, you know, if you want to just have it on in the background and pick up on a few things here and there, that's great. You know, I do the same thing sometimes. I'll just pull up the stream and I'll be doing whatever, trading, working with other guys, whatever. But if you're watching this intently, I would encourage you to try to get something specific out of it, right? And the fact that I know I've been watching a couple of Kane's streams, both him and I are taking questions and really doing our best to be super transparent and share with you guys everything that we know. So I would encourage you guys to be intentional about when you're watching. There's a couple different things I think you could learn from, you could pick up on. One is the overall strategy, right? Why am I short? Why am I in a position? That's the trade idea, right? That's one big aspect of edge in trading. The overall strategy, how you have a directional bias, how you have a certain line in the sand somewhere, those things. And then, as Crudele said, an entirely unrelated skill. They are not the same skill sets, is actually executing. It's actually being able to pull the trigger. And as you've seen, like, let's think about it. I've been on this stream here now for close to 15 minutes. I haven't done anything. I haven't clicked a button. I haven't bought. I haven't sold. I haven't added. I haven't scaled out. So the doing nothing is extremely important as well, right? Strategy is knowing when there's something to do. Tactics is knowing when there is nothing to do. So, as I said earlier, I expect some form of a retrace. We're going to come here in 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes into the open, and there's going to be a little open volatility as we've started to see more of the past couple months here. So I'm going to be watching. What's the upside momentum? I'm already anticipating a pickup in the speed of tape. So that's just going to be normal. It's not going to be some information for me if the tape starts getting fast. I'm expecting the tape to be fast around the open. I am kind of looking at this where we had kind of these prior overnight lows. There's kind of 3 swing lows around this point. And this is where my developing value area low, the -1 standard deviation is. So really, in terms of stop placement, you know, I would feel pretty comfortable somewhere around where I got in, which was right here after this turn and pull down. Because I kind of want to see these prior lows hold. I want to see this 1 standard deviation hold. And again, as I mentioned, I will be watching the order flow. How aggressive do buyers get? Do buyers take us way back up here into the +300s and back above 0? Or are we able to kind of hold 0? But again, I'm expecting here in the next few seconds as we're about to open a little bit of volatility. If we drift higher and I feel that the buyers are weak and it's clean movement, I'll add to the position. And I did see that there were some questions in the chat, but this is a kind of a pivotal moment here. So I'm going to focus on doing my job, and then we'll get to questions when things are a little quieter. Ding, ding, ding. Kind of a muted open so far. Little passive buyer that stepped in and held a little selling pressure. And then those sellers just got squeezed out right there. Not a ton of buying on the tape as we push higher. Big little burst of little block of buying right there. But it was just momentary. Right, I did add right there. We'll be super quick on the scratch if it's not acting right. I'll leave the initial position on. My average price will look wrong, so I came back out of it. So in my mind, I'm still short from up where my stop is, not from. All right, back into the ad here. Back out of the ad. Loved both those spots right there. Here we are retesting those swing lows, that area that I'm very interested in. Overall, I still see buyers as weak on this up move. Back in the ad for the third time. Market acting a little funky right here. A little squirrely, as I like to call it. Came out of some of the ad there. I wanted it lower, but as you see, they're starting to turn it higher. Thought about putting it back on right there, but that's a little aggressive. Don't like what I'm seeing on the tape here. Sellers kind of had a chance to dominate and fumbled it a little bit. We'll see. I realize my that commentary is a little myopic, a little short term. Always keep things in context. Doesn't look choppy to me, guys. We had a nice up rotation. Now we're currently in a down rotation with a little blip in the middle of it. Constantine's long. Don't fade the streamer, bro. You fade me? There's that push by sellers again, and then the buyers really start to step in. That's twice in a row we've seen that in this area. Constantine might catch something. Sellers remain in control. Coming out of the rest of the ad. And I'm coming out of half of the core position that's you know, in my mind, I'm still short from here. I'm a big believer that short-term traders use LIFO, the accounting method, LIFO, last in, The last entry that you had, or the last ad that you had, the most recent, is the first that comes out when you scale. Some platforms by default use FIFO. So really nice decision. Notice the execution. Notice the read. Notice this whole time we've been on the stream since I've been short, I have not come out of any of the core position until right here. Did not like what I saw. I've been not liking a few things along the way, but I didn't do anything until right there. And that's the biggest up move we've seen following that decision. That's good execution. That's good short-term skills. That's good ability to read the tape, the tempo. I thought about adding right there. Didn't do it. What the alarm bell that's going off in my head is that, look, you know, Merritt, we've traversed weekly, you know, like we did it for all intensive purposes. You know, you liked these holds here to short and to traverse this area. Yes, structurally, if we look at the past 2 days volume, could we more really easily get, you know, closer down to yesterday's lows? Absolutely. So that's kind of what I was holding on for. But I don't want to get too aggressive given that we've kind of already traversed the weekly. So look, I you know, had 3 attempts, the third at adding to the core short position from up here. Scale out of all of it, scale out of some of the core short right here. And so a lot of times I see traders that will make a really good decision. Maybe it's an exit. Maybe it's, Chris, I'm still waiting for the 10 a.m. news. I'm still in a position. Maybe it's an exit. Maybe it's a scratch, things like that, to where you want risk off. And I see traders, students of mine, traders of mine, too quickly say, well, I want to be back in. I'm telling you, it's a very, 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 very common mistake that I see. And then the opposite is true. You're in a position, you come out of it emotionally when you should not have. And now what does that trader do? They end up finding 5 more terrible entries because they know they should still be in. They know that the market still has room to go. There's still risk reward on the table, things like that. So if the exit decision is process driven, if you even have a process, then it should really be honored, and you should be slow to do something against that. So my exit was really good. My partial exit, exiting of all the added size, exiting of half of the core position I still have on. It was a good process-driven decision by me. And I wanted to kind of get aggressive again and stay in that mode. And the alarm bells, I think was the word that I used, went off in my head and said, no, you don't need to do that here. You don't need to be that aggressive here. For the trader that makes a bad process exit, you also can't do anything, but it's for a different reason. It's because you now screwed up. You got out of a position, you were in from a good trade location, and now you are not in. And so if you were to try to get back in, it's going to be at worse and worse and worse trade locations. You're subjecting yourself to more noise. You need wider stops to make it work, or else it's death by 1,000 cuts. Trade location is one of the best risk management tools that we have as traders. And if you compromise it and make a bunch of, don't throw good money after bad is the phrase I like to use. Still 15 minutes till news. Still weak buyers. But based on where my stop is, looks like we're coming to get that into the news. So I'm going to flatten out. So good trade. I wanted to see something a little different than what happened. I wanted to see this area, right? These lows. I wanted to see it hold. So you see me flattening here, and there my stop would have been hit. And you saw me adding here, right? That all makes sense. The whole plan since I was talking with Crudele. I said that after the open, if I saw weak buyers, if we remain delta neutral to the negative side, I'd probably look for ads. That's what happened. I didn't like what I saw down here. Beautiful, beautiful job coming out of, well, I think I was short 4 at that time, and I got it down to 1 and then scratched out of the rest right there. So sellers are still weak. So I think, this could be just kind of a low volume drift back, kind of to where we came from, leading into the news. Right here is the current session's VWAP and VPOC. So I think this is just a weak drift back. It's not a excuse me, not a technical move. We're just reverting pre-news on low volume. So again, news to me is usually annoying. Guys, if you appreciate me coming on and opening the kimono and sharing, please give a like, please give a subscribe. We've only got 200 likes in here, and there's over 1,000 of you in the room. So please give a like, show some love for what we're doing here, for what Crudele's putting together here, for what NinjaTrader is doing. Show some love. It doesn't take much effort. For every like, I open the kimono just a little bit more. Man, look at that! I'm already getting a tan line. I played a little golf, Crudele. I'm already getting the tan. Oh me. Crudele likes to make fun of how pasty I've been. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Thanks for the compliments, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the likes. We're up to 415. Keep them coming if you haven't. Sir, please tell some substitute for cumulative delta. There is no substitute. I mean, you could stare at a time and sales window if you have access to that, right? Because it's all the same data. What's the timestamp? How much volume was traded, and was it at the bid or the ask? That's the information that we're keeping up with, right? Question about cumulative delta. What's going on behind the scenes when there's divergences between delta and price? I see it all the time, but don't know how it happens. So, I mean, there's several different things that can happen. I think visually kind of just draw. So we'll make two panes here. The upper pane is going to be price, and then the lower pane is delta. So here's delta, here's price. If you have price that, let's say, makes this higher high at the hard right edge, and let's say delta did this, and then it did this. There's that divergence, right? Price forming a higher high, delta forming a lower high. Given that all things were equal leading up until this last up move, then this would be a case of weak buyers. Price is going higher, but the delta behind it, the energy, the aggressiveness of buyers saying, I want to buy so bad, I'm going to go reach across the aisle and lift the offer. That's what delta is measuring. If that's not happening with the same level of normalcy, which is a key word here, what's normal for price movement versus delta movement? All of a sudden, here's where something goes out of whack. Here's where something's not normal. And it's this up move relative to this up move in delta. And that's what I've been talking about as we speak here. When we came into the open and started going higher, what was delta doing? This. How much higher is that? Right? Here's the down leg in price. Here's the down leg in delta. Sellers were behind it. And then look, price gets up here and delta is not. That's why you saw me be aggressive. That's why you saw me looking to work those or working those ads to increase my downside risk exposure. So look, we could talk for hours about all the scenarios in delta, but there's a good example of a divergence. My favorite type. A lot of people talk about absorption a lot and things like that. I don't really care for it. I don't think it's the most usable, immediately usable type of order flow. Divergences can be messier, sloggier, choppier. Did I say divergence? I meant absorption. Absorptions are typically, because they're higher volume. My edge comes from the edges where there's low volume. So I like to see a weakness on the tape and go with strength and fade weakness. That's my order flow MO. All right, so what's going on? Let's get back to markets here. Nothing is going on. We are in a 2-day balance, right? Two-day balance. This little upper edge was of interest for me. And then, you know, we've got this like almost kind of a 2-day LVN in the middle right here. And then we have the real lower edge of the balance. But it's not a good looking profile because it's not a single cohesive distribution. We do have that notch in the middle. So what's going on? We are back up here knocking on the door of the upper edge. The only bullish scenario I have for this market is if we break through this upper edge. We'll keep the chart a little zoomed in here so we can monitor that. Don't really need this anymore. That was just short-term information. So what have I just done here? I've just done something that a lot of amateur traders fail to do. Something happened in my mind that said, hey, Merritt, let's zoom out. We'd been sitting there talking about order flow, blah, blah, blah. Something in my mind from past pain and experience said, hey, Merritt, zoom out. Let's get a picture of what's going on contextually. And so I went to the bigger picture charts. I took a look there and I said, what's going on? What's happening? And we talked about it. Many traders, they get zoomed in once that opening bell ding, 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 and they stay zoomed in. And trust me, I used to be that guy. And you do not want to be that guy, pal. You do not want to be that guy. Hopefully some of you got that reference. You're not that guy, pal. I use CVAs just as much as any other contextual tool. All right, so 45% of you have given a like. 45%. To the left of the chat, below the video, there's a little thumbs up button you can click if you appreciate what we're doing here. 5 minutes until news. Oh, I would love to just kind of scalp this long. Oh. Would have been a nice little scalp. Stowe, you look into the downside? And again, you know, contextually, the developing value for the week is giving us the exact same picture, essentially. A little bit different. It's the same upside level. So this is the upper edge of the volume distribution. This is the exact same spot where the developing value high is, the 1 standard deviation. And then this is a little higher. So you've got the weekly spot, which is what held at the overnight session low. But then the volume edge is lower. They're not supposed to line up all the time. That's not what I'm implying or anything like that. Just noting the contextual landscape. What a couple different time frames. What's the narrative? Mehar, I would, if you say, how do I typically look at CD? I would grab that little slider on the video and I would rewind until you see me drawing all over the chart with little pink, 2 little areas with some lines. That's me explaining exactly how I look at price versus delta and make some decisions, glean information from it, I should say. Leo's here for the gun show. When I say reading the tape, it means looking at cumulative delta. Delta. The tape. Let's be clear here. I'm going to set the record straight. The tape is a little thing that used to print out on paper and come out on a little tape of paper, and it was every trade that occurred. And it is, as Short Life Hex says, the time and sales. That is the tape. Now it's digital, and cumulative delta is simply a graphical representation of the tape. Case closed. Now you know the rest of the story. Who used to listen to that guy? Who used to ride around in the car with their mom in their 1996 Ford Explorer and listen to the guy that was like, and now you know the rest of the story? Paul Harvey, right? All right, so news is out. News is out. I'm not really stalking any trades. I don't know if Shai's going to pop in and talk about it, or I can pull up an econ site and check it out. Let's see here. Consumer confidence coming in at 86 after the expectation of 87.7. Jolt's job openings at 7.192 milli versus expectations of 7.490 milli. How'd I do, Shai? So we're in the middle of my developing value here. Nothing to do. Bumping up against this ceiling. If we can break, the next trade I see for me, guys, is if we can break through this ceiling right here, I'll be looking for pullback longs. I really want to buy it right now as like a breakout style entry, but I'm not going to do it. Let that be a lesson to you guys right there. How many times today have I said, I really want to do this. I really want to do that. And I've been trading for 20 years, and I'm having internal conflicting do it, don't do it, angel devil on the shoulder kind of thing, right? So people have this view that like becoming consistently profitable is just all of a sudden everything's easy. All of a sudden everything is smooth. You just print money. I think for those of you who've been watching, right? Like I know that counting today's session, right? That this has been my 8th stream, and I've only been down on one of them, right? And I've traded actively every single one. There's been no kind of sitting on my hands sessions. So it shows you what's possible. But it doesn't mean it's easy. And I hope that you guys can take that little nugget from this talk here today, if you take nothing else. And there is no grass is greener. You arrive and you just print money from a laptop because it's just easy. That never, ever happens. Volatility ebbs and flows. The way the participants are behaving in the order flow changes over time in subtle ways and comes back to the way that it was before. I think equity indices have become a lot more often passively driven than they used to be. So there's things are always changing. You make mistakes. You've got to have that constant feedback loop of, is the market changing? What's going on? How's my decision making relative to my process? How well am I executing? How well am I managing risk? What are my stats saying? Every day you prep, you journal through the session, you review after the session over and over. It's a constant cycle, and it's hard work, and there's nothing better. So I still think this market wants higher. We are not seeing tremendous aggressive buying yet, but we are revisiting this area, knocking on that door, so to speak. There's some buyers pushing, pushing, pushing. Boom, huge. Look at that. Huge. You know how you know when your levels and your contextual areas are good, guys, is when you see the edge that you've defined and you see that type of behavior around it where other major participants are also making big decisions. That's when you know you've got a good read on levels and things like that. Nice trade. All right, all right, all right. Still those overnight highs above where we currently are, right? But for me, it's good. We see some really aggressive buying. I'll monitor for some weakness from sellers, look for a little pullback, and look for some longs. It's still a little early for that in terms of price movement in my DVA framework here. So we'll have to build some time up here before I can just pull the trigger. Otherwise, I'm chasing late in an extended rotation higher, which is not something I recommend. So here's where we ask the question. Or I guess it's not a question. It's a statement to find something out. Let's see what sellers have is now the question. Print bars over time. You can't just buy it here. You have to wait for more bars to form, which takes time. Sure, it's a volume chart, but we can still get a sense of time outside of news events or whatever knee-jerk reactions. Then volume takes time to build. Larry Pumpkin says, I'm freaking loving this cat. That's great, Larry. I'm allergic to cats personally, but that's cool, man. I'm assuming that was a typo. I'm guessing he meant chat. He's loving the chat. What time frame is the delta? The delta is always the same time frame as the chart. It's an indicator. We roll here. I don't roll on Javas. Well, Piyush, I have a weekly DVA right here, and you can look for yourself. 30 minutes. I know for some of you the font is pretty small, but yeah. The The weekly, I have a 30-minute chart. If I was using volume, it'd probably be a 10,000 volume chart. Doesn't matter. Love this question by Vladlen Vronsky. Merritt, in my journal, I have something called an easy money trade. In your case, what's your easy money trade? Such a good question. When I get a very strong narrative, that's a holistic, multi-time frame narrative read. So let's say, for example, bullish across 4 different time frames with some fresh condition shifts, as we call it in the NADRO world. So very strong narrative, really, really good stuff. So we have some directional bias confluence across those time frames, potentially some price confluence, but I'm more interested in directional bias confluence. And then on the intraday chart, the market kind of violates a region, right? Kind of runs some stops, and you see order flow capitulate. A lot of people get kind of trapped late. And then you just see a really nice contextual shift in the order flow. And then you see some weakness from the sellers on kind of some type of extreme low relative to this intraday DVA framework. And I can get what we call that extreme fade setup with kind of an A+ narrative tailwind behind it, backing it. To me, that's an easy money trade. I don't call them easy money. I don't like the reference to money for psychological reasons, but I call them a layup trade. I use a basketball term. I say it's a layup trade. A lot of times I'll ask my students, desk traders, they're out there trying the most advanced stuff all over the place. I'm saying, let's look, you tried this here and this here and this here and this here, and then you didn't do anything. It was the layup trade. That was it, you know? What a great question. I can't think of a better question to go around and ask a bunch of good traders is, what is your bread and butter layup, easy money trade? What is that for you? It's a good way to get some really good information from people. And it's a good way to see how they handle the question. I'm long. Scale out of a third. La 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 long. Reminds me of my 1-year-old. If she asks for milk, mama, mama, milk. That's how she says, I want milk. Mama, mama, milk. Sorry, that's probably too much information. All right. A little bit of a tiny battle right here at this kind of price level. Please don't do it to me, Deli. Don't do it to me, bro. Yeah, you guys could really wreck me from this stream. I'm like pulling my shirt down, flexing the biceps. What little there is. Making baby talk noises. Could be rough for me out there on the internet. Could be rough. All right, so sellers won that little battle right there. They have not scared me out of the rest of this position. And now they do. All right, so we'll scratch the rest of it there. Oh, nice. We saved a full stop on that real around our entry. Great scale up into the high. That little capitulation up into that high, beautiful read on the tape. Hopped back in. I'm going to exit risk because I don't like what's happening. Even though it was a blip in my favor, I just want to reduce risk. I don't like whatever potential headlines happening. So that was just an absolute vacuum of a move there. Things have settled down. It's unfortunate. I mean, I just had a vacuum blip go in my favor by, 50 points or whatever, and I'm complaining. But it's like, look, it doesn't matter if the position's in profit or loss or whatever. When the market starts to behave very, very erratically like that, something is up. And my first reaction is reduce risk, reduce risk. So unfortunately, I'm sitting here in a stupid one lot for this trade I want to be in. But hey, we're having a good day. A lot of selling came back in. I don't want to stop out below the lows. I want to be out before we press those lows. Yeah, my average loser is like, just, don't hold me to it, but something like minus 0.4 R, something like that. There's probably been 2 times over the 8 streams I've done here over the past 8 weeks where you guys have probably seen me take a full stop. It's just not something that I'm very active in my approach. It's not for everybody. I'm not saying it's the way that everybody should do it. It's something that works for me, my psychology, my strengths, my weaknesses. we I'm still seeing milks in the chat. Okay, nice. Thank God Leo's not here. Leo just likes to rip me every chance he gets. He's a jerk. And there he is. Incredible. Turn the stream off. Turn off the stream. I need a European power outage here. Stat. So, one thing I had mentioned earlier is, look, it's a little aggressive to be getting long here on the DVA framework. I love that we got through the level contextually. It was a nice push above. I love my longs right there. I mean, take a look at the consistency of what I've done in terms of the types of trades I've put on. My entry here was a pullback retesting those for this initial short. My ad was retesting those areas. That's where I was shorting. I tried it a little earlier. It took me 3 times. My long is retesting this entire zone. Swing lows, swing highs, right? So I'm long from this area. These are not just, and I don't always trade pullbacks to short-term swing highs and swing lows. That's not my system. It's much more contextual. It's much bigger picture in a lot of ways. But I'm just showing you guys the consistency of the execution of the application of where I'm pulling the trigger here today. All right, so delta back to delta neutral, a little retest of VWAP. VWAP. You guys are going to think I'm autistic. It's okay. Who's watched Love on the Spectrum? What a show. I've teared up to Love on the Spectrum. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I'm going to ignore what Tracy just said. I'm not sure what she's trying to do there. It's a family show. Which one's Connor? Yes, she gets it. She's on Team Merritt. VWAP, not WAP. Average, volume weighted average, VWAP. VWAP. Which one's Connor? Is he the one with the swords? Or is he the one that's with the little girl that likes animation? Which one is he? VWAP, Arthur Norman. VWAP is probably my least favorite trade location. I understand that sometimes it pulls back to it and goes. Look, I get it. It happens all the time. It's my least favorite spot. I'd rather trade away from VWAP, typically trading towards VWAP in more of a mean reversion type of sense. Do I always do that? No. Sometimes, I'm I'm looking for trend continuation away from VWAP, which has actually been most all my trades here today. Hmm. So contextually, I I would still prefer to be short from this region, right? We tried to hold through that area, and we've now failed. So contextually, I'm back to kind of where I began the day, which is bearish from this level. The problem is bulls kind of took control of the tape, and so here we are at delta neutral from above, which is not a bearish thing. So I'm kind of at a cognitive dissonant place here. Critique your copper trade. Short 899, target 8635. It's not a very good trade location. Short term, you you should have been short after the open or whatnot, or just in front of 8 a.m. this morning. You should have been short from much higher. That was the trade location, unless you absolutely refuse to trade against kind of the recent 5 or 6 day CVA. So yeah, that's my take. Not a very good trade location. It's a good spot on, quarterly prior value, monthly development value, things like that. But short term, it's a tough spot to sustain any kind of move higher. Yeah, what do we got now? GDP, I think. Leo says, Merritt, when we doing the 24-hour challenge? We're all just so busy. We need to figure out. So I thought we were just going to do it on the pit session, though. You guys kept talking about staying up all night. Let's make it reasonable. Let's go full pit session. And the rules would be, you need the all-nighter, huh? Anyways, regardless of how long we make this, I guess the could be a funny element that it's a marathon, an ultra marathon, I guess. The premise is you have to have a position on at all times. I think we would just say we'll all trade whatever, 1 micro, you know what I mean? Just like you have to have a position on. You cannot be flat. You boom, like as soon as the start time goes, you have to have a position on, and all you can do the whole time is hold or reverse, right? So that'd be a cool competition. That'd be fun. We'll have to set it up. The marathon. Buyers responding as I reluctantly talked about how we're kind of in a bullish order flow spot, testing neutral from above. So let's see what the buyers have here. Maybe we get some kind of push up into this region again, and where I can look for some short risk. I would prefer had we ran stops through those overnight highs first before reverting. So I'm going to be pretty picky about it if I do take shorts from the highs. See what the gross domestic product is. What? Minus 2.5%? Oh, wait, what? I don't know. I don't think it's not out on my but the forecast is minus 2.5%. That can't be right. Unless I don't know what GDP now is, which I don't. I thought it was just GDP. I'm a bumbling idiot. Tomorrow. No. 2 minutes ago. And there it is. It just populated. I'm not wrong. Atlanta Fed GDP now. It's 2 out of 3 stars on investing.com. And it just came in at minus 2.7 instead of the forecast of minus 2.5. So, I got my DMI levels right here, right in front of us. I do have another monitor that's dedicated entirely to, a dozen markets, right? And taking a look at its seasonally adjusted annual rate for GDP. Yep. Test the lows, revert, test the highs, revert. That's where we're at. Try a little scalp short right here. Not behaving well so far. I'm gonna scratch. Good scratch. Wasn't ready yet. I think we can run some stops above those little highs right here. Let's see what that looks like once we get there. If we get there, of course. Oh, don't make me do it in front of there. Thank you. Keep going. Capitulate. Blow off. So steam. Go. Run the stops. Come on. Just a little flurry. That's all it needs. Just a little flurry. Oh, they're gonna make me do it without the stop run.
Order filled.
I don't want to be short, but I have to be short. My process is a better trader than I am. Yeah, they're not done. They're not done. At least now we've kind of one-ticked those highs. Very lethargic. Not a lot of result for quite a bit of selling effort there. A little passive buyer thorn in my side here. Sellers still pressing. Came out of half of it. Couldn't get the drop. Directly, that is. Just this stop. Just the issue contextually here is that as I keep saying, we continue to knock on the door of these highs rather than have some really clean rejections. And now there's this little bit of a passive buyer kind of propping up here. So, super tight stop on this. We timed it just absolutely perfectly. Reluctantly scaled out a half there as there was a bit of a stall and with that passive buyer. So who cares? One trade. One good trade, right? What is that cloud indicator? That's just VWAP with standard deviation bands away from it. Plus and minus 1, plus and minus 2. Scratched out of it. I'll stay a little actively engaged with it. Tried to kind of press the low for a momentum add there. Delta neutral held. I was kind of playing for more of a stop run. Given this was kind of the second time we've come back into delta neutral, it was less likely to hold. So I was looking for just a little bit of energy drop through there. Didn't get it, so I came out real quick. It's just not a very good high, guys. I'm leaning more towards more stop run hunting higher, honestly. But we'll stick with what is until we really get an acceptance picture shift relative to our bottom right chart there. Back in the short. Passive buyers still present. Scratched out of the short. And then they let it drop. So for me, it was a lot quicker, more aggressive scratch out there, just because I'm kind of pretty leery of the high. And so I just didn't have, to me, big A+ narrative type trade. I'm going to be very low on the spectrum of scratching out, right? I'm going to be very slow to do that. Start to get problems with the trade, right? Lower narrative, I'm going to be more aggressive with the scratch outs and whatnot. I'm actually looking to potentially kind of take a little stop run or stop hunt type play here into these highs. So far, it looks like I got caught.
Order filled.
Which I did. Passive buyers still there.
Filled.
Still going for this little stop hunt. I'm mindful it's a little bit of a chop fest in this region. You know, the past 8 to 10 bars here, a little sideways. Excuse me. So we don't want to be too active here, but I do think there's a really good potential of a stop run higher, especially given that passive buyer that's absorbed a lot of those sellers.
Order filled.
Just adding to the position as the momentum keeps going. We're either right or right out. Looking for a little higher push above some of these little swing highs. I'll start peeling off some. There we go. I'm just trying to milk as much as I can out of this before I start peeling it off. Looking for any kind of warning sign, any kind of stall. Bit of a stall. I'll make them drop that price though to scale. They couldn't. There you go. Out of half. See if we can gun these overnight highs up into this region here. Run them and gun them. Vote now in the chat. Should we do a segment at some point in the future with Merritt and Stowe? Should that be a thing? Should we? Could we? Could we? Would I? Should I?
That sounds like a done deal right there.
That'd be
hell,
fun.
hell yeah. That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
Yes, sir.
Morning, buddy. Good trade. Good trade.
Thanks, man. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time.
That's right. That's right.
Now, Merritt, I love your stop management technique, man. That is, you are, I love watching that. You are really good at this.
Thanks, brother. We're kind of topping out here. Sellers showing up a little bit. I am going to take off one more, and then I will let the last little deuterino there ride and see if we can get these overnight highs. I feel like we got a decent chance, if it does kind of pull back, that we find some buyers from this region. If we don't, then this is, my stop's not here because my entry is near there. It's here because it's a momentum, kind of a breakout play. I've already taken advantage of hunting the stops. Now, can we see a little continued momentum? Let's not forget that Delta is held neutral from above on both attempts. So the buyers could easily find some energy here and press to new highs in Delta, which is going to take us to new highs in price as well, theoretically. So we'll see.
They
Very,
really
very
did
awesome.
some work on that 560 spot. Somebody was doing a lot of business there. So
Yeah.
I like being above it. I like where your head's at there too.
Yeah.
And by the way, Merritt, if I say ma gin martini, you know what I'm asking for.
I'm never going to live that down.
It's beautiful, beautiful thing. Oh man. So where are we at here? I think we're ready to kind of Stowe. Are you in a position, Stowe?
Yeah. It's pretty safe. I'm long from 504 right now, just with a runner I was peeling off up there at the IB high with Merritt.
Nice.
And I'll look for some ads too if we pull back to 560. I want to take out those highs and yeah. That's the
All
plan.
right, there we go. Very good. Well, thanks again, Merritt. Appreciate you, man. Very awesome. Looking forward to the next time.
Cheers. I'll hang up and listen.
Later,
All
bud.
right, all right. Wow, man. I mean, I tell you, I love watching him move that. He uses the chart trader. He's moving things around. He gets that stop management just down. It's so important, man. He's really good at it.
Yes, absolutely. Very inspiring how fast you have to be to do that. And yeah, it's awesome to watch Merritt work.
Yeah. All right, all
But
right. All right.
how's your Tuesday, Jim? You want to talk for a second? Got
Yeah,
any-
my
got anything to
Tuesday's-
talk about?
Not really. I mean, Tuesday is good, man. I mean, I've adapted to the new schedule. Remember, we were going for years at 9 o'clock start instead of 8 o'clock start.
Yeah.
And I've adjusted to it. I'm up early. I go on my old man walk in the morning around the subdivision.
Those walks are getting nicer though. It's finally like 70 degrees in the morning here, and it's like, winter has
Yeah.
finally subsided.
And I've taken Deli has inspired me also. I tell you, I'm making a espresso every
Oh,
morning.
okay.
Yeah.
Did you get yourself a machine, or like, what are you doing? You doing those pods?
No, I have one of those like old, your grandma probably had one. It was like the old metal little.
Oh yeah, like the Italian coffee maker that it percolates. So you put it on the stove.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. That's awesome.
Oh man. It was like $22 on Amazon. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
cheap.
no, I love those things. I haven't used one in 1,000 years since I think like when I went camping, I did that. That's cool though.
Yeah. I mean, Deli probably has like a Jura Elite Class 57
Oh yeah,
Ultra. I don't know. I'm guessing.
I love that you have the old school. Put it on the stove. That's great.
Oh. I'm a simple man. Simple man. Anyway, all right, man. So I'm looking forward to your trade idea. You got one cooking right now, and I'll be taking notes. I'll be in the background listening to every word you say, brother.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you, Jim. See you in a bit.
All right. All right.
Good morning, chat. How is it going? Everybody doing good today? It's a pretty nice day. Right now, I'm just trying to fix this MGI thing. I keep losing my. Here's my custom session. Yeah, I don't know where it goes, but it keeps pulling my 30-second opening range for Europe off the chart. And that's a big part of my. Maybe I'll just start manually drawing it every morning. But yeah, let's walk through the day, and we'll go from there. So overnight, we're looking at the 30-second opening range for Europe as 550 to 540. So pretty much right in here. If you can visualize that, and we'll go back and see how it acted. It was pretty mixed. So here's the open. Everybody got pretty long off of it, and that was holding until here around 6:30. Then that area became resistance. So it was a pretty good pivot for the overnight session. I had that in mind going into the day, that there were some longs that might be stuck and maybe they were getting out here. I was pretty neutral biased though. We did hold. This is funny. They always do this. So we've talked about this balance area high for a couple sessions. I know Leo and Nick talked about it yesterday, and then right here at the pre-market open, they tested it and rejected it. I know this candle says 9:30, but this did not trade at 9:30, which is always fun. I find that the best trades are normally around when I'm not taking a position, because I don't click the button 10 minutes before market opens. It's just never gone well for me. So I left that trade alone, but had this in mind that we're confirming the breakout here. So I want to stay long above this balance area high, previous month value area low. And then we have some other stuff working too. We're above the weekly VWAP. It's only Tuesday, so that thing's not super powerful, but it's good to start thinking about. I really don't start using it until Wednesdays, but yeah, it's good to think about. Ultimately, we're just building a bunch of volume above this balance area high, and that's what you want. Actually, let me switch back. Let's see if I get an ad spot in here. One second. Yep. All right. Did you go in? There it is. Okay. So this is where we talked about pulling back to and adding just a second ago. Looks like I got my fill at 580. So, we'll peel one at 10. Again, we are focusing on scalping. And we'll pull this baby up here. So I want to protect this spot. I'm watching for this absorption to hold here. Let's see what they want to do. Is that my quick run? Let's see. Need to get through these lows. Just needs to follow through here. We can get a couple off and then go back to talking about the night session. Come on. I love it. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, market. Thank you for taking my order. So that's going to move our position average quite a bit. I'll talk about where we got in before. And I'm just going to pull this up. Right below that view up. Okay. Anyways, so we came into the morning kind of bullish, feeling some bull thoughts now that we were over that balance area high and building volume up here. So, just looking for an opportunity to get long. I waited quite a bit. This was pretty extreme. There was also news at 10 Eastern, and that is always annoying. So it's, the market price action can develop for that 30 minutes, and then news comes in, and then it's completely negated. So those days that we have news at 9:45, 10 Eastern, I mostly just wait, which is what we did. So we were chilling. News here was a bunch of wiki stuff, and then we got back in and we started to go. So this is where I look for re-entry on a strong trend. I got in, got several off. This was a winning trade. I tried it again a couple more times, kept peeling. And then again, these are all partials, scratches. And then once we lose this VWAP band, I start to look down here for my second spot to get back in. It was not fun. It was not easy. Several partials here, several partials here. Ultimately got stopped, and then I gave up. I was waiting for retest of lower, retest of these spots here. But it's not always perfect. It just turned in the middle of nowhere and then started to go up again. So once we got back through these VWAPs, this green and red one is the RTH VWAP, and the gold one is the 24-hour. And so whenever they're right next to each other like that, I just kind of make that a little zone. And yeah, so once we cleared it, I got back in pretty big. I think I had 7 lots on there. Still micros, of course, but that's almost double size for me because I like this setup a lot. Scale, scale, scale. And I didn't add in here, like I was talking about earlier, this 560 spot was just like an insane amount of traffic for, this whole time. And then also this whole time. So it was being a magnet, and I just didn't want anything to do with it. So now that we came back and we've tested it, this is where I want my ad to be. If we're going to go up, if we're going to explore higher and get to overnight high, this is where I want to be positioned at above. And then I can cut if we get back below this standard deviation band. So I think that narrates where we're at. So current plan is watch this spot, watch this bid delta here, and see if this wants to continue or if it's gonna retrace and start to balance a little more. There have been sellers present up here, like a lot of them. So the bid does keep stepping in and taking them out, but there's definitely a tug of war going on up here. So I'm not sure where this trade is going to end up. Might grab my stop here. That's a pretty aggressive sell. Yep. Okay. So that tagged me out. of that. So let's reset. And remember down here, 50 to 40, this is our Europe opening range, which served as a really good pivot. Anyways, let's talk to the chat. It's called a percolator. That is what it's called. I was so excited to hear about Jim's coffee making. That makes total sense. I love that he's using the old school percolator. So I saw a nice little wiggle there. We came back into those 50s and 40s. Got that pivot. That feels bad. Man. I got to get faster. Now we're out of the VWAP band, so we have to start to shift more into neutral territory. So I'm going to take this I'm going to take 2 off if I can on this on that band retest. And if we don't, that seller is partying so hard. It's kind of the same thing it was doing yesterday. A lot of stacking. A lot of stacking back on and then pulling it right back off again. It's pretty weird. Yeah, I'll scratch out of that. Just going to take a small 8-point loss on that. Let this seller figure out what it wants to do. We'll keep an eye down here. Anyways, yes, it's called a percolator. They're cool. They're a cool way to make coffee. Hey, Tracy. How's it going? Hey, Chris. Everybody's partying. Oh, okay. So Anthony's got two different espresso makers. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll put this up here. See where this is at. Maybe I didn't need to scratch out of that. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting involved in the middle, and I'm trying not to do that right now. So I'll wait. I will wait. Yes, Leo. Autoplot for the win. Autoplot is the thing that that draws that balance area for me. It completely removes the the human error element from it. It's you tell it what you want it to draw, and that's what it is. You can't add any subjectivity to it at all. And that's extremely helpful for me because when I look at high time frame stuff, I can make that tell any story that that I want it to. With enough crayons and with enough crayons, you can make any story possible with candlesticks. So Autoplot has saved me more than once. Marty's Life. Am I using TOS Thinkorswim? No. Or did you mean time and sales? Because that's what this is over here. I got my bubbles. That's what this guy is over here. Nice job, Jeff. 2 ticks from a stop out and it pulled away. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get lucky. Or that was just a good entry, Either way. I mean, these stops are pretty sus right here, right? This is a good LVN to look at. We're above the weekly open, another reason to be bullish. Or at least be looking for longs. I mean, when I say bullish, I just mean like on a 5-minute insta trade time frame. What else we got in the chat? AV daily profit achieved. Beautiful. Nice work. What else do we got in here? This is a lot of chat. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Somebody start. I'm going to read the chat for a while. Somebody let me know if I need to get back in this trade. Con, you think we're going to rotate down? All right, so we're taking these stops here. That's nice. That's healthy. Coming into this. Need a reaction. Ready to pull the trigger, though, if we need to. Ideally, I'd like to see all this get some love and then come off of that. And then we're going to try to be on the right side of the V. What time is it? Okay, we got 10 minutes till the close. Euro close, anyway. D, this is NQ. That's the market. Those job numbers and earnings should be down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Numbers are weird, right? There's people that make a lot of money to predict that stuff. It's like being a weather person. You don't necessarily need to be right. It's just you just have to say it in a way that people like to hear. Numbers are weird, Omni. You know that. We'll try. We'll try in there. I don't like this this absorption. But take a shot at this, see if we can get back. Back up and at least test these lows again. Team's really slowing down, which is weird. There you go. Wow, that was a lot of lift. Wow. Cool. So what we're watching for here is for these buyers to keep going. Foot on the gas, please. Good. Good. All right, there's one target. I'm trying to take one at this value area high here too. And then I'll take another one here. We'll see. Man, that seller is so annoyed. Wow. Impressive. I'm not even mad. So we might be looking at a partial. Maybe that was not the right side of the V. It got slammed pretty hard back down from this zone here. I am going to. I'm going to go down to just one. So I took that out for break even. This is because that seller is really partying. And, I want to take profit, get out at 2. Try to watch this reaction here. Yep, there's that. I don't know, AV, if that's something they do to manipulate retail. I feel like it's probably just more a matter of like doing it for ratings. It's probably a more obvious example than retail trader manipulation. Like XY said, I don't know if we're worth it. Oh, whoops. Only got in one. Maybe that's a good thing. Okay, I got my rats. So I accidentally screwed that up. So I'll have to manually do this. Okay, 29. Mark it out. One at 39-ish. We'll take one out here. Okay. Down to 3. I'll get my limit sell up here. And a limit sell up here. I think that should cover me. This tug of war is pretty serious. Ugh. It feels uncomfortable. 6 minutes to the turn. Previous day close is also right here. This is a pretty messy place. That's pretty funny. They closed the market on the weekly open yesterday. Classic shenanigans. See what I mean? That bid is popping though. Trying to get somewhere. This absorption. This action makes me feel dumb. Don't feel dumb. There's never any reason to put yourself down. Remember that. This is a game of humility, and we're all on the same page. But that doesn't mean you have to put yourself down. You're not dumb. The game is hard. Yeah, this isn't. Leo and I have talked. I think we talked about this on Friday or Thursday, rather. This isn't quite moving as fast as I want it to. For this, there we go. Okay. Come on, baby. Can we get it? Be somebody. Testing these lows again. Testing that European range right here again. See if we can get a higher high than this. Come on. Woo. All right, cool. Ah, that was uncomfortable. It's hard. It's hard to get into trades in a good spot. I'm actually going to take another one here. At this anchor view up from the high. Remember, as a reminder to myself, we're not being greedy. We're taking 20-point base hits. And we take one big runner if we can, but that is not guaranteed. Hey, Kane's here. What's up? What's up, homie? Do I watch auction market theory zones? I don't know what you mean by those zones. I don't know. Are there specific zones you're talking about? I do. I am aware of auction market theory. I'm pretty sure I apply it sometimes on my best days. I probably apply it. Come, angry boy. Lucky Cat. This is a 750 volume chart, and these candles are colored with the Order Flow Labs tool called Delta Map, and they change color based on delta settings. Firmament, you're selling this against me? I'm so disappointed. It actually hurts my feelings. Yeah, Chris, a lot of chop. They like to chop me up in this segment. I've learned. That's been a theme. We'll see if we can get this. We'll see if we can keep this trade off. I'm pretty happy with this. This was fine. I scratched out of that super fast. Happy with that. We were not on the right side of the V here, so we got out, but then we got back in. Now we're partying. I actually did a Leo thing that I don't normally do in the moment, which is something I've been working on, is scaling down in a position just to still hold the position. If you're starting to doubt its validity, you can scale down. You don't have to have your full size on. Just bring it down to a couple lots, and then less pressure, less impact to your P&L on the day if that idea is wrong. And then if it's right, you can always put those lots back on somewhere else. This is kind of, we're flattening out though. See that? Yeah, this 560 is selling like crazy up there. That was who knows why. You never know the purpose or intent behind any trade, but yeah, that's a nasty volume point of control. It's just been a magnet the whole time. Fall out, get back in. Get too high, get back in. Fall out, back to the 560. Yeah. I don't know the stats on retail participation. I have no idea. I assume it's just like 10 or 15 people. I think it's just I think it's just us. Yeah, I still don't know what zones you're talking about. I have no idea. On some days. Red Lobster's pretty good, but didn't they go? Aren't they bankrupt? Didn't they go out of business? All mine closed. Um, I still make those biscuits though. You can just make those. You don't have to go to Red Lobster. They sell the biscuits. They come in a box and they are just as good. Con wants to see 485. Yeah, that's cool. I'm down. I'm down to go down here. If this pukes me out here, that's where I'm waiting for. Down here. It'd be good to run this stop, run that stop. All healthy things. The top of this band flattening out is not encouraging to me. Bottom band still has a decent slope to it, but we're kind of getting into balance world now. So not much I can expect this to be support. I don't know if it's going to slam down there. It might just drift down there. But this really is MGI City right here. Previous day close, open, 2 VWAPs. Yeah. Yes, and that's your dough report from Stowe. That is dough. I guess biscuit dough is, yeah, I do talk about bread quite a bit, even by accident. There you go. Oh yeah, that the COT report. Good call, Jeff. Um, that's something that Jason Shapiro. Am I saying that right? Omni, what's that dude's name? He was on NinjaTrader. He does that whole. He has an entire trading strategy based around, um, retail positioning. Okay, cool. Thank you. Crowded Market Report. That's what it's called. His interview was really good. It was a couple weeks ago. If you want to scroll back through and check that out, he talked to Jim for quite a while. Oh, Jason's on tomorrow? No way. Awesome. I didn't even know that. When you're a real streamer, boy, you can plug things that you don't even know are happening before you know that they're going to happen. So, oh, nice, Paul. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Positioning, not retail positioning. So general positioning. Okay. I understand. Please, also, that's important. Anybody listening to this, if you hear me say something that is totally wrong, please correct me because I would like to know if I'm saying the right thing or the wrong thing. So thank you for that. Yeah, he is a great guy. I know Omni's met him a couple times and has said nice things about him. Trying to watch to see if this this is flipped here. Maybe. Still watching this. This is where that seller was really present. Let's see, we have our delta flip here, which is a tool we use to see when the delta of that of the last few segment of candles has switched. So we're into positive delta territory now with that candle. I don't know. Maybe I don't get this retracement. Let's see, pull back. Pull back, check those. Yeah. Fighting with the world's smallest LVN right here, but worth a quick one. Yeah, they seem to be pulling off, crossing fairly the over highs right there. Come on. A little more. There you go. Cross. Let's get some sweeps. No. We just need to see if this seller stays here and piles back on. Because every time we get back up here, he's back into like, you know, just slamming 60 lots. And that needs to stop. Yeah, he's still doing it. All right. I'm going to pull out of that. Just down to 2. This entry sucks also. I'd rather get in down here. I mean, it's a fight, but part of being in the tug of war is you want to try to get your, you know, you got to try to get your fill in a relatively decent place. If you want to try to survive, because I don't use large stop losses. Obviously, you could put your stop down here if you had some greater idea, but that's just too expensive for me. I try to be a little more surgical about it. What is an LVN? An LVN is a low volume node. So, for example, like this little space right here, that's what I referred to as the world's smallest LVN. I'm just mostly kidding. That's not really how you use that. You want to look at, you know, larger time frame ones. Like here's a pretty decent big one. You can see that this is kind of an LVN too. These are mostly things that you look at in the you know, as the day develops. So when I come back in the afternoon, I'm on today with my buddy XY, and when we come back, this profile will probably look a lot different. If I were to guess, I think that this is balancing up here now. These are value area high and low of the developing volume profile. I've kind of lost my interest in trying to chase a trend to hit this overnight high, as this VWAP is flattened out. I mean, they could choose to just rip it right now. You never know, but these are just my context clues. So ultimately, my target is going to be up here at 73. I'm only down to 1 lot. This new strat is working a little bit though. Taking more off sooner. Also scaling out. I hope Leo's watching. He should be very proud of the scaling out. Firmament NQ is usually drunk. That's part of its charm. So what I'll do with this runner, I will watch for reaction here. See if it can't push above 75s and get into this spot, then I'll just flatten out and look for a better spot. But if we blast through this, then might be party time. Never know. Yesterday's open acting as a resistance zone. Yep, that's often the case. It's a place where a lot of transactions happened. These are just busy places in the market. I try to think of it more like streets. Let's see what we got here. Seller stack up. React. Yeah, I'm just gonna bail on that there. So we saw the candle turn. This selling stepped in. We can always buy it higher if we want to, but I'm just going off of a little stall, little reaction. A lot like how Merritt gets out when he sees that stuff too. It's I'm just trying to scalp this. So let's see. We got 39, 2 off for scratch there, 43. And we took one off at 54, and then our final off at 68. So, 30 points, 15 points. You just got to stack up little base hits and then see where you're at the end of the day. It might surprise you. Stowe, can you tell me if your order flow and volume profile are Ninja? Yeah, this is all in NinjaTrader. The tools are from Order Flow Labs, though, if that's what you're asking. Big deal. Be on alert tomorrow. GOP Senator Rand Paul says he has enough votes in the Senate to pass a resolution that would effectively block Trump's tariffs. The vote is expected on Wednesday. Cool. Tracy, when's the Besant guy talking today? Didn't we mention that was going to happen today? Did it already happen? Was that some of that weird violence out of nowhere earlier? Jeff says the House has already taken to not taking up the tariff hold resolution, so it's a no-go. Okay, so he's done. Good. Anybody remember that Family Guy cockroach? Yeah, Con, I definitely think it's theater. But it moves the video game around that we play, so it's good to know. Good to know what it's doing. Oh no, there's a tariff on milk? I might have to fire up that milk chart again. Milk auctions. It could be my niche, Nick talks about lean hogs all the time. Leo's a closet gold bug. If you're a gold bug, does that just mean you're long gold all the time? Or does that just mean that you trade gold? This might be a good short up here. I don't want to take it, but I could see some of my boys banging this short out here. We got the delta flip from all of these positive bars, so we've changed again. This is kind of something else I look at with the delta flip stuff. When you see them flipping at rotate, like if this rotates back down, and we see this being, clean rotations, that makes for less of a trendy day, more of a rotational day. So you can kind of put that in the back of your mind as you trade. Just, to temper your expectations, think about profit targets that make sense, stuff like that. Gold bug stack physical gold. Okay. That's cool. I mean, it sounds fun to have like gold bars. It's, it sounds like, some supervillain energy. Like, how many gold bars do you have? Just having them. I guess you look at them every once in a while. Okay, so Dex, if you don't hold it, you don't own it, etc. Okay, so that's like having a cold storage um, for your Trump coins. Same theory. Got it. So a single print's printed at like 15,000. Does that mean anything or too far out of reach? Yeah, I mean, it means something, I guess. That just means that price, violently reacted there. And I mean, you can infer that. I mean, let me try to find it. I don't know if my chart's going to go back that far. There's a single there too. Let's see. No, it's not going to show up. I don't have enough days loaded to show that. But like, here's an example. I don't know when this single print is from, but it's from somewhere, and it's quite below. So that just means that price violently left an area, and you can use that to infer trend. You can use that to infer anything. I don't subscribe to the idea that those things need to get filled ever, let alone within a certain period of time. I just kind of look at them as, if you're on the other side of long single prints, then there was bullish action to get you to where you're at. And then similar, if you're on the other side of bearish single prints, there were sellers that got you to where you're at. So you can kind of use that just to keep your head on a swivel in general. Hey, Kane. Yeah. BRB, just looking at COVID lows. That's so far. I mean, anything older than 5 days just doesn't exist to me. So it's, you can take that for what you will. Also, when thinking about single prints that are that old from that long ago, there's probably a single print down there from, the Great Depression. Are we going to fill it? No. Maybe. Who knows? The only thing you do know about that stuff is there is definitely going to be people on the internet telling you why we're going to fill that because doomer bear stuff like that is irresistible to folks. I guess that would have been a decent short. That would have been 15 points. Not too bad. We're holding this VWAP from that last push though, so yeah, I'm still not interested in shorting this thing today at all. Oh, sure. No problem, Landis. Anytime. I love answering questions. That's my favorite part of this whole thing. And sometimes I know the answer to them. And sometimes I just make something up. Maybe Kane. Yeah. So Kane is hoping that, yeah, maybe NQ can go to zero, beyond zero, like oil did. I don't know. They can make anything a function in the market if they want it to. So, yeah, maybe we could trade NQ at negative numbers. It seems like the world would be having bigger problems than needing to trade, but yeah, this thing is just cooling off, and this 560 magnet, this dude is invincible. He just wants all the smoke. Sometimes you find a market participant like that they just want all the smoke, and you can. It's very hard to get in with these people because they have a time frame that is way different than yours. Oh man, might add this here.
So good job, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Is it time already?
Yeah, but I loved your 20-point base hits. Love that.
Yeah, I needed to get back into that, dude. I was neglecting it, so it felt good. I'll try this last one. That was pretty exhaustive there. We'll see as they close it out.
All right, you're back long now.
Yep.
Like it.
We'll see.
By the way, a gold bug is never short.
Okay.
They never sell, they never short. If they do, it's like the lowest form of a bug. It'd be like a gold cockroach.
A gold cockroach. I love that. That's a really good analogy.
But the gold bugs, man, you buy and hold, you buy and hold, you buy and hold.
Is it true that they you mostly just buy like physical gold and put it somewhere?
Well, but the problem with that now in the last, I'm going to say 4 years, 3 years, is the inventory it's so low that the dealers charge a huge markup from the spot price to the coin or to the bar.
Ah, okay.
So you're taking a hit. If you want it sent to your house and you want to put it in, underneath your mattress, you're taking it's a premium. You're spending some dough.
Well, there's no free lunch, as they say, right?
No free
Even for
lunches.
gold bugs.
I know. So what I would suggest is you could go into the futures market, buy a gold contract,
Mm-hmm.
roll it over every month or whatever. You'll be good to go.
That sounds good. I might think about that. We'll see.
Anyway, all right. So let's recap here. Where are we at here? Well, we got a couple seconds.
Yeah. I'm just in traffic right now with this dude. I liked this exhaustion down. This little dot here is quite small, but this is an exhaustive print. And so I'm just trying to get back up to this 575 and see if this is going to be like, if this is a bullish rotation and we're going to continue higher. So I just took a couple out there. I'm not trying to get married to this trade.
Got it. All right, man. Yeah, I mean, this is going to percolate for a while, so we'll probably move on we'll do a real quick edge report. But I do want to mention you're doing double duty today, right? With
That's
some
right.
guy by the name of Jonathan, who I just found out is really XYZ.
Yep, we're the only people that actually have ever used XY's real names, and I like it every time that we do.
Jonathan, it is, baby. Jonathan's live. All right, but that's at 2:30, man. I appreciate you this morning. You were fantastic. Love the way you explained everything, and
Thank you,
we're
brother.
patient in your moves, and we will. I'll see you in a couple hours, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, chat. Later, Jim.
All right, all right. Couple things to point out, folks, before we wrap up the morning session. I just want to show you a crude oil chart. This is the front month crude oil WTI, probably the third most traded, most popular market for I'll say retail traders, but I say that with enthusiasm. This kind of VWAP here, when I get a day like today and we see this session VWAP, right? It's just, its price is just following. It just keeps touching it, bouncing off it, touching it, bouncing off it, touching it, bouncing off it. This is a really nice day for this. Even though the volume profile is a little wacky here because the point of control is so high right by that S1, we do have a lot of congestion in there in the middle. Now we're kind of attacking this bottom here. This is this Mentor Q's one-day min, which is really holding a support right now at 60.51. Remember, we're in a 60 handle still, not a 59 handle. A 59 handle creates some psychological phenomenon in some traders. But the next stop down, magically, put support and S2 of the daily pivot is right at that 60 level as well. So we'll see if we can get a breakout to the downside later on today. Maybe, maybe not. If so, then there's some targets down there to look at for the bears. Alternatively, this point of control is pretty nice. This is a really nice, I guess you'd call it a small case B distribution. B as in boy, volume profile on the session. And the point of control is kind of prominent right now. It's, we can round it up to 61 if you want. But that's kind of for the bulls, that would be the turnaround point on the way back up. Again, though, below that VWAP. So that's a pretty good look. The other market I wanted to point out is, of course, my favorite. I know Stowe's going to be like, here he goes again with the 10-year notes. But we're going to go back to the 10-year notes really quickly. and finally, I mean, we're trying to get some traction, right? I have this top of my hamburger bun. We have this resistance up here at 111.27. Yeah, we peaked into it a bunch of times. Today we might actually close above it for the first time, reflecting a real possibility that maybe we are going to have some Fed cuts around the corner and other things are going to kind of fall into play right now. We took out our target wick back here at 111.18 yesterday. Remember, we didn't get a close until yesterday above it. So this is bullish. And look at this, finally, look at this stochastic. We're shooting straight up here, man. This is a nice kind of crossover. We're not quite overbought yet, but it's moving. Volume's a little light, I'll give you that. But still, this is looking pretty bullish right now. And just to track the 10-year yield, the 10-year yield is at 4-point spot. I like to say spot, 4 spot 174, which is below that 4.2 number, which is my sweet spot. So again, this is looking pretty bullish here. We'll see if we can get some continuation buying over the next couple of sessions here in the 10-year note. So that's it. That's your midday wrap up for today, and we'll be back at 2:30 trading to close this afternoon. We're going to have Stowe back again. He's going to get some lunch. He's going to be rested. Maybe he'll take a nap. I don't know, but it'll be good. And then XYZ is going to join him, and those two guys together are awesome. So hopefully we'll see you guys at 2:30. Thanks everybody in the chat. You've been fantastic. See you in a couple hours.